Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Well, if I was you, I'd talk to him first before you do it because he's not a talkative guy.
No, he's not, but I will. I'll say, hey, Mark, you know what? Somebody,
He listens more than he talks.
Seth made an interesting point. You're the one you're the one that you and Tom are the one that, and my sister, are the ones that
Saved your ass.
saved me. If it wouldn't have been for Mark Tate, my sister, and Tom Bean.
Cheers to the guy who saved the asshole.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Do all of us have kind of still a barb hangover from Saturday night?
Oh, yeah, I suffered.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Dan Almighty. Dan, can you give me a level check? 1, 2?
1, 2, 1, 2.
All right. Speak into the microphone the same way.
Okay, I always do.
Don't change your distances.
I do.
I mean, did Dan pay Macho Man like an extra zillion bucks to get a different mic processor? Because see how beautiful his sounds?
Yeah, he sounds good.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Seth, how do you sound?
Sexy as hell.
Oh,
I can't hear him.
are you there, buddy?
Sexy as hell, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Whew. I will tell you, I've been told by the people that keep stats that this is the very first barb out of 7 that I actually stayed until I closed it down.
Which was surprising because you had to leave so early.
No,
in the morning.
Sunday got canceled.
Oh.
Because of rain.
Gotcha.
You can't grade until in the rain. So Ocala was getting rain yesterday. That saved me from having to be there, which means I could stay longer at BARP. I closed it down. I closed BARP down, and I, honest to God, think this might be one of the very first BARPs that I think I almost talked to everybody. Now, the only thing I didn't do, and it just slipped my mind, because listen, I was partying. I mean, was there any of us that were, and we don't have to talk about what we were doing, but is there any of us that were stone cold sober? Whether it be drinking, whether it be whatever, I don't think any of us.
I was walking around how I normally walk around.
But that's not sober, by all means.
I mean, semi-stoned, I guess.
Lummy, how are you?
Oh, I was feeling good. I was feeling good. Was Macho? Macho was sober, right?
You know, I think Macho Man might have been the guy.
I saw a picture with him and Maria Guatemala. He wasn't sober.
Oh, never mind.
I think it got everybody.
Macho, were you partying at all? Were you tuned up at all?
I had like 2 small shots of vodka after 9 o'clock.
Okay, so that's
Two
it.
small shots.
They were very small.
I don't know what bartender you went to that was pouring small shots.
Well, she knows me very well, so she kept me under control.
By the way, I think Macho Man was in charge of the bartenders.
Yes, he was.
So, yeah.
But that's all he needs, I think, is 2 small shots to get happy.
All he needs is anything but Jaeger. So, like, you know.
So 2 small shots of Jaeger would have been a different outcome?
Uh-huh.
What did they do? 10 more shots of Jaeger.
Yeah, 2 shots.
Oh, it's a gate. It's a floodgate.
Yeah, it's like chocolate donuts for me. You know, I just can't eat one chocolate donut. I just can't. Or Pringles. I got some trigger foods, you know, that trigger me. Like, is there anybody that can literally open up a can of Pringles and just take one off the top and put the lid back on and be done with it?
It's like that with Oreos.
Oreos,
Yeah,
that's a trigger food too.
Yes.
I remember specifically not looking at the label of Oreo for about 6 months because I loved them so much and I knew how bad they were. And then when you read how many calories and how much fat's in that damn thing, it's like, oh my God. Like I used to eat a whole sleeve.
Here's what Oreo has done also, is they've given you that quick top where you can just before you had to open up the whole bag, pull out the tray, and then try to securely, you know, reclose the bag, whether it be through like a clip or you take the rest of the Oreos and put them in a Ziploc bag, but you know, so they don't get stale. Now they got that reclosable topside deal.
Yeah, it's like as easy as an ass wipe. You just open it, pull what you need,
exactly.
and close it.
Yes. I think they actually got the template from the ass wipe deal, and they're like, man, if we can make Oreos
like ass wipes,
so that you pull them open like ass wipes, take out 4 of them, and then reseal it, and then you know.
Then if you need more, it's easy to get back in.
It's so much easier to go back and open up the ass wipe resealer than to have to go and get your Ziploc bag, open it up, then reseal it. No, put the ass wipe deal on it, and you can just go right in it. I was very tuned up, very, very lummy. I was. Phew.
No, it was your party. It was good.
No, I heard about 50 or 60 people went to the Dollhouse Saturday night. Anybody here go to the Dollhouse?
Yeah, I went to make sure everyone was okay.
Right. I heard Warren was upset because I didn't get a chance to make it. I told him I'd make it this year, and I was just, you know, it was 1:15 or 1:30 when Big Red is texting me saying, "Are you coming to the Dollhouse? Warren wants you." I'm like, "It's one," and I still wasn't even in bed yet. I was still partying with Jenny Durst and Alex Stein and some other
Colton and Tuttle.
Colton and Tuttle. Yeah, we went back to my apartment, and by the way, Bella almost attacked Tuttle. She doesn't
There's something with Tuttle and animals because, I mean, obviously the goats really go after him and don't like him.
I think there's just like a tone in his voice. It's like a built-in dog whistle.
I don't know what it is or the way he looks.
Or he has no soul. I mean, it's something.
Because Bella has never gone after anybody, and we're all there in my apartment, probably 8 or 9 of us, and Tuttle walks in, and Jenny Durst is petting her, and she just gets like her hair gets in the back of her, stands up in the back of her, back of her body. You know how an animal's hairs will stand up when they're at attention, and she looks at Tuttle and she just goes.
He's scary.
Yeah, she's like that. Or dogs can tell you have no soul,
right?
Something like that.
He's the devil.
So Barb is officially over. Lummy, we had a record-setting Friday night, and Thursday was the pig roast. I think the pig roast actually went better than having it at Tate's because I don't know. I just think it went better. Lummy, here are some of the things I did. Here's some of the things I think went good, and I can't think of anything that really went that bad.
No.
Usually, the things that go bad on Barb is that I get up on stage and I forget. Like the one time when I married, who was it I married? My boy from South Carolina.
You forgot.
I forgot his name.
Matt Hoxie.
And so I married Matt Hoxie, him and his wife, and I didn't really prepare for the ceremonies like I do. I usually, when I marry people, I have some like want notes and stuff like that, and I winged it like I never wonged. But Lummy, I was completely tore up, and I just kind of completely half-assed it, messed up. You only get you only get married for the first time one time. Now, you can get married on down the road, but your first one's supposed to be, very special and things like that. Well, I completely messed it up. And then last year, Lummy, I think I forgot a bunch of people. I just did. This year, I think, having the bigger stage, the car trailer, bigger stage, Lummy, enabled us so many more things to do. Because before, all we had was that little riser that literally you only get like 8 people on.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we could put, that car trailer wasn't even thinking about being stressed out.
I thought it was missing something this
Yeah,
year.
bales of hay.
What do you mean bales of hay?
Weren't you originally going to use that trailer for the hay ride?
Yeah, but
I thought that's what he was saying it was missing.
No, I thought it was missing the national anthem this year. Actually,
No.
especially talking about how big that stage was.
we're not a sporting event. We're just a radio.
It's a very patriotic event, though, Bubba.
Yeah, it's okay. Next year, if you want to go up there and do acapella, go ahead.
Acapella.
Go up there and do a little.
I
God
prefer
bless.
O Canada.
Oh,
Seth
fantastic.
was very passionate about his country.
So, Lummy, I don't think.
Oh no, Saturday night.
I don't think.
So at least we got that in.
I don't think I missed anybody, and I got to tell you, my handlers, Lummy and Rat, when I almost forgot Merch Crick. Rat leaned into me almost like I was a president of the United States, and you have a handler and goes, "Don't forget Merch Crick."
So you guys will get married at the next bar?
No.
Oh.
No, they're getting married under the bridge in Indiana this summer.
Don't even know when we're getting married. It's not gonna make. You guys aren't helping anybody's cause by putting pressure on me.
Will we get invited?
What?
Will we get invited?
No, it's not. It's going to be like a total J eloption deal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
F all your friends?
Yeah.
Dan, you don't want to go to a bridge in Indiana
come on, Dan.
If I'm hanging myself.
No. Dan, if you spent...
I'll tie a rope to that bridge.
If you spent...
I'm heading there.
If you spent 12 hours in Warsaw, Indiana, you would hang yourself because there's nothing to do.
I know.
You have so many things. You have so many things to do here in Florida. And you know what thing about it is?
You go into the Walmart looking to meet people.
I don't even know that anybody in Warsaw, Indiana has a Ferrari. So I mean,
I don't need a Ferrari to talk to somebody.
No, but I'm just saying,
Do you think there's any cyber trucks, Bubba?
Yeah, I do. I think there's probably a few cyber trucks. Now, Dan, do the cyber or electric vehicles, namely Teslas, do they have any? Is there any adverse reaction when it's like 0 out?
I don't know, man. I've seen videos of them all frozen up, but I've seen videos of other cars frozen up. So I don't know. Bubba.
Well,
fortunately, it never gets that cold in Tampa.
Regular cars freeze up. They do. And if you live up north, you have to have either a block heater or you put like a light underneath your oil pan to keep the oil, because that's what gets so gummed up.
Is it the oil?
Yeah, it's the oil.
And that prevents the engine from actually turning?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, think about oil. If oil gets, below freezing, it turns into like honey.
Right.
And it just won't start. So, most cars up there have what they call block heaters, and you plug them in in the middle, and you plug them in, and it heats the antifreeze inside of the radiator, which flows through the car. So the minute you fire your car up, it's warm. Or you keep it in the garage.
Yeah.
A lot of people keep it in the garage, and that that also keeps it warm. So, Lummy, I think everything went pretty good.
Yes, it did.
Who can I ask somebody to track this down? Whose guest was the Beaver girl? The girl from South Carolina.
What do you mean Beaver?
That her claim to fame is that one time she said Beaver on the show, and she's this blonde hair girl.
See, I thought you were talking about Big Bucks Plus One because she was dressed up as Bucky the Beaver.
No.
That's what I thought you were talking about. I was like, she seemed pleasant.
That's Miss Buck, and I love
she
Miss
was
Buck.
awesome.
No, I love Miss Buck.
Did you see her and Gary's matching getup?
No,
They both had the Bucky the Beaver.
I did see it, but I didn't quite. I think I was talking to Jimmy Cleavis at the time. I didn't get a chance to spend any time with Heather the Wiz.
Yeah, you were a very busy man Saturday night. You were moving and shaking.
I was trying to talk to everybody. I really was.
You missed inside. This is where the party was.
Yeah, so here's the one thing. I never made it into the studios. Ever. It
was popping off in here.
And
It's a completely different vibe in here.
Somebody said it was an actual, real good vibe in here.
Yeah, it was.
I did. I liked the everybody. I mean, the fact that the football game was on. Everybody that came in here looked up. We were talking about it. Then you had the 80s music or whatever playlist was going in the background, and I just thought it was a good place to hang out.
Man, I wish you would have come in here and sat down on the couch a little bit and held court.
I didn't go outside until we had to go outside to when you introduced everybody, and then I went home smelling like a whole campfire. So I'm glad I stayed in for most of the time.
At one time, I had Jay, Steve, and Dan and Jimmy, and we were kind of talking. And then I went and saw my aunt and uncle, Bruce and George. And then I just started. Then last, I guess it was pretty late. It was getting to be about 9:15, and Lasker comes and finds me, and he goes, "Hey, and let me tell you something. I've been out here. The grass is something about the grass is what are we sitting here watching the grass grow?" And I go, "What?" And he goes, "What are we sitting here watching the grass grow?" I go,
"He was getting bored."
"What do you mean?" He goes, "When you get on stage and do your thing, it's 9:15." And I'm like, "Oh,
he got there at 9."
I know. By the way, Lasker did make a grand entrance into the event. Here is, I think he cusses one time. Here is Lasker's event of entrance into Barb right here. Lasker doesn't hit the horn. He just revs it up and heads right at people and expects them to part. Right?
Right.
Let's see.
Welcome to Barb, Gene. How about that?
I gotta tell you something. Lasker's wife is smoking hot.
She's nice. Sarah's nice.
Sarah is smoking hot. Smoking hot.
I love you, Sarah. It's kind of amazing to see something like this from a radio guy. You know what I'm saying? No one's got this kind of hookup, with the fans. The fans come and see you from different places, but you're usually at a festival, a football game, a baseball game, and then, the DJ is laying over there, and you want to stop and see them. These people coming from all over the country to hang out for 4 days because he's an asshole. You know what I'm saying? He beats mean to him, he beats nice to him, he changes it up. But
he beats means to him and he beats nice to him.
No, he's the fucking Pied Piper.
I had to dump that. He said I was the effing Pied Piper. And if you see on the back, he's got his outlaw patch on. And if you see on the back, I guess the wife or the girlfriend of an outlaw has to wear a property of. You're her. Nice. She's your property. Look at the back of the. Look at the back of the.
Property of.
Property of.
Oh my God. I want to be somebody's property. Does it pay well?
Seth said, I want to be somebody's property.
Yeah, they're your property.
What I get bi-weekly on the deal.
Yeah, they're your property till they're not.
Well, I think Gene and Sarah are going to be together forever.
I hope they are.
So, let me...
trying to figure out that blonde person.
Can anybody off the top of their head think of, did I forget anybody on stage? Which I don't think I did.
The Beaver Girl was Mike Rucker's wife, Amber.
Okay, Mike, we have to talk, buddy. Your wife is irritating.
What did she do again? Did we cover it?
Oh, my God.
No, I don't think we have.
Just Thursday night, she cornered me and... was
So that was the person, one people you were referring to as a.
And then I hope Mike Rucker doesn't get mad, and I've lost a customer now, but Mike, Mike, and here's the time. Every time your wife started greasing me, you were nowhere to be found. Then we did the special gimmick on Saturday.
Wait, what do you mean what did she corner you about on Thursday?
Just
about the life, the show.
Do I know who she is? Do I know that she's the Beaver Girl? do I know this and that? And I think that Miss Rucker had been really consuming a lot of stuff. And so I think she was not sober at all. So at that point, Lummy, you can't really get mad at a person that, that's really tuned up, because we all at one time were tuned up. And then Friday, Bubba 199, I think she just kept greasing me a little bit. And then Saturday we do our one thing, Lummy, noon to 3. And after the first one, I open it up for questions, and she has a Post-it note that she's wrote down all these questions and starts greasing me on.
Oh, jeez.
Are you saying that you showed the documentary on Saturday?
I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
I'm not saying anything. So, and then Saturday night, I just tried to avoid her. I could see her, and if I'd be like, okay, I'm going to go completely opposite. The other thing, Lummy, I think, is last year we ran out of pizza.
We did not this time.
This year, I do not think we ran out of pizza.
No.
And I think that we had enough for everybody. Wings.
It's delicious.
The lava cakes. I know Dan went right for it as soon as it got here and stuffed. And I think that everybody, I don't think we ran out. In fact, we have some left in the refrigerator. Note to self, Lummy, don't ever order any Hawaiian of the Hawaiian kind, because those are the only two that didn't get. I
never found a Hawaiian.
Are you a big Hawaiian guy?
I love Hawaiian. Yeah, I would have had 4 of those slices. I didn't see it.
There's two Hawaiians in the fridge.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I would probably switch those out with the cheese.
Yeah, I like to bookmark my meals with dessert. So I like to start with dessert and end with dessert.
Oh, really?
Good. Yeah, it was good.
I heard Romina had a birthday party on Friday night.
Yeah.
And I heard it was quite expensive.
Mm.
And I heard you're still a little, not hot, just taken back at the monstrosity of how large the bill was.
Yeah, it was bigger than I thought, and the party was twice the size I had planned. So it's another one of the times I get to grab my ankles in life. It seems it's coming more frequently these days, Bubba. I just my ankles have bruises on them now.
Well, I heard some actual particular numbers. You thought there'd be around 35 or 40, and there ended up being 65.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if those numbers are right or not.
They're close enough.
But it wasn't at, a Steak and Shake where, an extra head cost you $15.
No, it was at Boulan, which was a delicious meal, but still was,
I heard
it was an expensive restaurant.
It was a buck.
It was Union.
It was a buck.
I'm sorry, a Union.
It was $1.25 a head. It was $1.25 a head. That's with discount.
Yeah, plus.
And let's not forget your brother is an investor on that.
R.
Oh, hold on. Brothers are. And that didn't do dick for you.
Not much, no. Torture. But, happy birthday. Woo.
Now,
I got to re-experience it Saturday morning.
Did she thank you, for the great party?
Sort of.
Does she know?
Gracias, that means thank you, right?
Did she know what the total bill was?
Yeah.
She did.
Uh-huh.
Was she a little taken back on it, or did she just think that you guys are that rich and that's not a big deal?
I think it was the second.
She thinks you guys are that rich and that's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, happy birthday to you, Romina.
But sorry I missed your 199, but you had a lot of people there, so you'd need me.
No, yeah, we had a record-breaking 199, so it was perfect. Thank you so much. Let me thank you for being here, Rhett. I think you had perfect attendance. I think you and Mach, Rhett. I don't know if you had perfect attendance on every event, or Lummy, did you have perfect attendance? You weren't here on Thursday, were you?
I was here Thursday.
Were you here Friday?
Yes, I was.
Were you here Saturday?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Rhett, did you have perfect attendance?
Yeah, I was here every day, and then Saturday during the day.
Yeah.
Do you know people cry? Do you know two different people told me they cried during?
Stop it.
No, seriously.
Yeah, during Saturday?
Yeah, there was a couple people that cried during it.
Yeah. Emotional, real tear jerker.
Because how bad they felt. And
you mean let's just
hope the story gets out.
You mean you're saying? Well, I cry
me up too when Bubba missed Christmas. I couldn't help but shed a tear.
When JD Cake said I missed Christmas, yeah, you couldn't help but shed a tear.
Yeah.
It hits you the very last episode, last 3 minutes. When the song starts playing and the credits start rolling, it'll hit you. I cried too. I cry every time. I cry every time I watch it. So I don't know. I think that's a good thing.
And what happened? The lady that was jamming you up all weekend long. What was on her sticky note of questions?
I don't know.
I don't think she cried.
No, I don't think she did either. Probably go to Reddit and read it. That's probably half of the people that think they saw it and have some type of synopsis of it might be her. We should have just said, "Hey, listen, what's your Reddit handle?" So we can just cut. Let's just cut the middleman out here, right?
Well, I mean, it's better to just say it. Say it to your face than on Reddit. I think she's
I think
showing
she did.
up.
I think she did both.
Yeah.
Let me. Can we tell Mike Rucker? Maybe Mike Rucker can call in because I didn't have a problem with anybody all weekend long. Rainey from Oklahoma made it for the first time. There was a bunch of first timers that made it here.
I heard somebody fell in a ditch outside.
Really?
Yeah, I heard waiting for an Uber or a ride, somebody fell in the ditch.
Yes. I don't know who it was though, but it was a bigger gentleman, I was told.
Yeah.
Is the ditch okay?
How big? Hold on.
I don't know, but he didn't fall in the big one. He fell in the little teeny one that has all the pipes. So probably was.
You mean the one by the mailbox?
Sure was. Yeah.
Oh, that's the more steeper,
Oh, no.
one.
I heard someone got so high they had to get carried out of here too.
Yeah, there was an Uber called Friday night.
Oh, yeah. Man. So anyway, I think
Casualties.
I want to think that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then obviously Saturday noon to 4, we did a special gimmick. I think it all went so well. This is probably the best one with regards to the only lummy things. Maybe Red mistimed the hog deal by an hour, right?
Yeah. That wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying they could have got it done an hour earlier had they put the coals to it. But that's really finicky getting that done right on time. That's having a hog roast and being able to predict when the hog's going to be done is a very, very tough thing to do. And he only missed it by an hour, so no big deal. And then the Beaver Girl, Mike Rucker's +1, and then I think that's all the bitching I have. I don't have anything else that I'm upset about, including I stayed to a lot of times like Bubba Irish goodbye on Saturday. And he was out of here. He was out of the party by 10:30. I was here at the studios at like 12:45. Still, I mean they were Creatine Travis and some of the guys that helped tear it all down. They were putting chairs and tables away and shooing people out.
Yeah, aside from the trash bags, you never know if something happened here.
We did have a break-in, but we took care of it.
Hold on, we had a break-in.
Yeah, we had a sneak in.
What do you mean?
Guy was like,
Can you? I mean, you gotta elaborate.
We had a 6'9" African American.
That's the homeless guy.
Oh, I know. Yeah, he snuck in real quick, and then we went and got him. And then we had Mr. Clean standing there for a while.
Where did he sneak in at?
Front gate.
And then what?
Just kind of he started walking toward the pizza.
Oh, he did.
And because I warned Big Buck.
That's the 7-foot African American homeless man here.
Yeah, so Friday when we were going to the Sod Paradise, I saw him walking down the street, and I told Big Buck and Slamming Phoebe's Beef, that's the homeless guy, so watch for him. And so Saturday after you made your speeches and stuff, he snuck in the back or through the gate and tried to go around the tent to the pizza. And Buck, and then we got.
We should have given him one of the whole Hawaiians that nobody wanted, and said, "Hey, listen, bud, we know you're homeless. You're the homeless guy that has sneaked in before, but listen. I've seen him several times since then, and he's been super cool. So we should just given him a Hawaiian and said, go on, and an Aqua Beato, and said, go on down to because he stays down there at that vacant building down there in Lummi on the corner where the picnic table is.
Oh, okay.
That's where he stays.
Oh, okay.
So we should have just said, here, bud.
Well, I don't think we got an inventory, but I know they were just trying to get him out because we weren't sure. He was pretty tuned up.
Yeah. When he's tuned up, he's really belligerent, but when he's sober, he's a super nice dude.
Yeah, he was at that belligerent stage.
So other than the homeless guy that sneaked in, the Mike Rucker's +1 Beaver Girl.
Berto Perez, $20.
Can anybody else, open mic, think of anything that, went win a rock. Well, I mean, like last year, we didn't have a hand washing station. This year, we did.
Sure did.
You know, last year
People were raving about it, Bubba.
Last year, I got on stage and forgot almost everything. Didn't thank the right people. Didn't acknowledge the former Hall of Famers. Didn't acknowledge the new money. Didn't really do it correctly.
What happened with Berto Perez? Did you forget to call him up?
I think I did forget to call up Berto Perez. I think that's the one person I forgot.
Well, Berto was
the fan vote along with Stacy. So,
yeah. What now was Berto Perez a money qualifier, or was he just a +1?
+1. No, he was not +1, but he was the fan vote.
Oh, he was the fan vote.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I forgot that.
He was the vote for Rumble, and then Stacy G was the fan vote for YouTube.
Okay. Fantastic. So I missed those. That's pretty insignificant compared to the other 7 years, Lummy, where I've just,
you essentially announced everybody that was here, Bubba.
No, I didn't.
At what point, yeah.
Lummy?
There's more on stage and outside.
Yes.
Lummy, please, at this point, tell me what we messed up on and what we could do better for next year. If we were having an on-air meeting about, BARP 2024, what would be your notes?
Really just having the ice outside or inside with the bartender, having that kind of stuff prepared when they got here.
All right.
The
so
proper coolers. Just small stuff.
Better bartender preparation.
Correct.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I feel like there's a few other things. Go stretch it out, buddy. Air it out. Get it out.
No, I'm trying to think, but pretty much.
It's time to eliminate +1s.
No.
Each +1 is weirder than the next.
Well, no,
we're not doing that.
Okay,
Seth Kushner has
fine.
Okay.
Honestly, I was trying to think. That's about it. That's the only thing.
All right, over to you,
see.
Dan.
I don't have any criticism. I thought it was great.
Perfect. Seth?
Except maybe lacking a national anthem.
We'll play a national anthem one that you're not going to participate in, Dan, next year. Meaning you're not going to play it. You're not going to play it on your guitar.
You're just mean.
Well, you're not too good at it.
Can he just record it? We play his recording.
Any guitar syncs it?
Yeah.
Instead of lip syncing, your guitar syncing.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Whatever. I'll take that under advisement. Seth Kushner and your BARP notes.
I think next year we should introduce everybody as they're walking in. Someone should just sit at the check-in table with a microphone and thank them, and that way you don't have to do it.
Oh, like a red carpet, like announce them as they walk down the carpet into the.
Yeah,
that's not a bad idea. Just to make everybody feel good.
Yeah, just so we don't, just so we get that all taken care of.
Well, then you can actually have like a step and repeat with a red carpet gimmick, and then you get a professional photographer that could take a picture of them, and then we could email it to them later on down the road. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there you go.
I like not having to go meet up for a picture time this year, and
we didn't do that this year.
Yeah, do a whole meet and greet, because if people want to see you, like they'll obviously come find you.
Right. So see, that was something that I eliminated this year, knowing that it was a pain in the ass. I just throw me a bone on that one, cousin.
Yes, but I also want to make inside great again. I think a lot of people thought that if you were inside that you were hiding from something, and I thought the vibes were immaculately strong in here between the football game that was on all the TVs. Everybody couldn't believe that Washington was winning. Then you had some 80s playlist in the background. So
you're saying there was an underappreciated vibe for the inside.
Well, I was here the whole time, and everybody's like, why aren't you outside? What's going on? It's so great out there. The weather's great. There's pizza. And I was just like, I don't know. People were coming in here. I felt like there was a bartender in here. So that meant to me that this is an area where people are going to congregate. So I felt like I led the charge on that.
Now, hold on. It's been brought to my attention that John Costica lost his ring.
I did not know that.
Macho, what got it? You typed it.
No, when he got here, it was not there for him, and he was pretty upset.
Oh no, that's been rectified, because Merch Crick was looking for John Costica on her list, but when she had contacted him on his size and stuff, he wanted JTK, which is his initials. So she was looking for a John Costica when really she needed to be looking for a JTK, and there was a JTK.
Okay, so it was his fault.
So no, it was Erica's fault, because she wrote down John Costica, and when he was filling out with Ashley and Merch Crick in September when we were getting people's sizes and what they wanted on their ring.
Erica said he's JFK.
Well, no, maybe it is JFK.
Okay, well, whatever.
I thought that's a pertinent detail to bring up.
It wasn't John Costica. It was his initials. That's what he wanted, but the girls were looking for his name. So there was probably a 15-minute ordeal where they couldn't find his name, but they did find his name. So that's not.
I heard Lasker almost ran John Costica over as well,
he did
which people
with his,
were
motorcycle.
People were concerned about that.
Yeah, well, Lasker, but it didn't.
Losing our
happen.
biggest sponsor.
Wait, did Lasker get into it with one of the guys from Pigmentation?
I think
I heard he did.
I think Lasker got into. I got to talk to Gene because Gene he is bipolar, and like I forget Thursday night he was here and he was great. He was so great.
Oh yeah.
And then Saturday he was an asshole. He was like,
what happened?
Adversary, and then he starts talking to the Hillsborough County, Mr. Clean.
Oh yeah,
he's a Hillsborough County motor unit cop.
Yeah,
and Lasker finds out he's a cop, and just starts. Hey, let me tell you something. I got one finger, and starts flipping him off, and starts like.
Mr. Clean's a nice guy, though. I mean.
And like Mr. Clean's like, I had to walk away.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, Mr. Clean was kind of standing off for a little bit.
But Lasker was like really, really stiff.
Is it
Saturday night?
His wife? He had his show off.
Maybe. I'm gonna have to take Gene off the air aside. No, not off the air permanently, but speak to him off the air about being nice.
Did something happen with the Pigmentation guys?
Yes.
What?
Just like
Craig or Rio got into it with him.
Hold on, Seth.
Rio.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me answer your question. Yes, something happened, but something happened with several different people. Like it just wasn't the Pigmentation people. It was white people, cops, black people, tall people. Like he was getting it. Almost ran over John Costica. Like it wasn't a black or white, or he was getting into it with everything. He got into it with Mark Tate.
Wow. Word on the street is that Rio told Gene that if you keep running your mouth, it'll be the last time.
Right.
Which surprises me to hear that Gene said that and nothing else happened.
Yeah. So I had to. This is when we're on stage and I'm introducing everybody, and Rio's kind of being cool about it, and Gene's doubling down on it. And I'm like, I got to get them. And then finally Craig goes, man, let me tell you something, both of you. Ain't nothing going to happen up here. Both of y'all need to cool out. So I don't know.
I thought that I thought from what I saw when I was rewatching the video, I thought that Gene and Rio were exchanging pleasantries on stage. I thought Gene was like, Gene was like, they like you.
At times. But Gene's, it's ebb and flows with him. He could be, man, Rio's
that's ebb and flowing within seconds, Bubba.
I know. But Gene can go from Rio, you're a cool-ass black guy, to, the N-word. I mean, I'm just saying.
Oh, my God.
That's Gene Lasker.
He saps it. It's like a sap snap.
Yeah, you know what? He'll snap like Warren Sapp.
Yep.
So, yeah. What now? Were the Pigmentation guys happy because I recognized them? I made sure I recognized them.
I didn't. I mean, they came in here and then I saw them on stage and then that was the last time I saw them.
The only thing I did wrong, Lummy, is I did not make it or spend a quality time in the studio, and I'll make it a point to do that next year. But that's it. I think other than that, I nailed it. I nailed the stage deal with everything. I think I got everything. I missed a couple. Beato Perez and whoever. Rat, any of your BARP notes?
No, there were a few people complaining about a free live stream that they weren't going to get anyways, but other than that, I mean, we made the best of it.
Yeah, whatever. I'm talking about boots on the ground, people here.
Well, people were mad that
here it was great. It was a great time.
People were mad that you streamed it on members only.
I was lazy because we put it on a tripod for 15 minutes at a time.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Jeez.
No, it was a great time.
So they got heat with you. They got heat with the Red. Red's got heat.
No, I don't have any heat. Friday, admittedly, I got probably the most tore up I've ever been at a work event. And I made sure I let everybody know.
Okay, I didn't even know.
And by the end of the night, I was very vocal about it.
I will tell you this, though. I think collectively, if you weren't here or you were here or you got a chance to listen to it, Macho Man killed it on the music.
Oh, yeah.
It just makes it so easy when Macho Man does the music because I don't have to play the music. I can actually just relax and enjoy. And Macho Man, I don't know if I tell you enough, but thank you. You killed it on the music. And by the way, you looked good as hell up there, left side, all pumped up, everything. Thank you so much for Friday's 199.
I appreciate that because Alex Stein was giving me crap.
Alec, what does he know?
He was saying I looked really tired. I'm like, yeah, I was just really focused.
Yeah,
it's not on autopilot.
Alex Stein, you look
Called
really
me locked in.
Alex Stein criticizing somebody because he's tired. Meanwhile, at my apartment, he sleeps 14 hours, and then he wakes up and he'll completely trash an entire bag of Wheat Thins, Chips Ahoy, Ruffles potato chips. He'll just
Did he leave any crumbs in the bed this time?
Oh my God. He is the worst guest ever. Leaves his bed unmade. Lummy leaves his air shaker on. Just, doesn't care. Leaves lights on.
Did you spend any time just like alone? I mean, hanging out with him this weekend, or?
Yeah, and him and Paige were fighting a little bit. Him and pay-per-view.
Oh, geez.
And so I was trying to calm them down a little bit, and I didn't have a lot of downtime because of that Saturday, that big 3.5-hour Saturday gimmick. So, you got to think Thursday, after we did the event, I went to bed, came to work.
Yep.
And then Thursday night, went to bed fairly early, tried to get some good night's sleep. Friday, Stein came in, had to entertain him most of that day, then had Bubba 199. Then Saturday had to get up fairly early because we had a noon showing here. And then went home for a couple hours and then back here at 7:30. Thank God for Creatine Travis and Buck and the Nash brothers and Paper Towel Willie and Lummy and Big Red and Creatine Travis. I think I said him twice. And just all the people that stepped up.
You're welcome, Bubba.
This place doesn't... Well, Seth, I know you didn't lift a finger with regards to cleaning things.
But I lifted spirits with my vocals.
You did. And you know what? That's important.
That's all that I needed to do.
That's right. You don't lift. You don't use your muscles. You use your mind, don't you, buddy?
I don't have any muscles.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
This guy here, say it.
Bubba, you should be proud that your crowd is starting to get better looking.
Yeah, so let's make sure we bring that up.
All right, good morning, Rudy, Powers, CC Hall. Good morning. Big Buck.
I saw Wolf. I was like, hey, have you been stabbed lately? He
now,
he looked at his arms. He's like, no, I don't think so.
Now, supposedly, Wolf's girlfriend was rubbing people the wrong way.
Oh, I didn't know he brought anybody.
Lummy, did you hear anything about that?
Yeah,
her name was Rhonda?
Yeah, it was some friend of his that came, I guess.
All right, bring that up, okay?
All right.
I got a TT.
We better call him and go live on live.
Yeah, I think he's sleeping.
Did you put on 9 of those chairs out front?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, buddy.
843.
I don't know, I guess it was, actually it might have been someone else's +1, but Wolf knew the person.
I thought Wolf was rolling solo.
No, he had a designated driver.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think that's the one that was rubbing people the wrong way. I'm pretty sure it was he had a friend that qualified or something, and they brought a girl that he knew, and I guess she was it. But him and her were talking for a little bit, I guess. Yeah.
Highway 73, good morning. That's funny, CC. Dave Rock, 69. What's up? Slazer, Taco Dog, Yinzer, Bobug, Dr. Chris, Roberto Perez, Shut it up, Bobug, Fennel.
Oh, man. Ooh.
Yes, sir.
Those are rained on where it got fucked up.
What's this? It's okay, Chris. I don't know what it is. It's about Merc. Merc. Here. Give it to you. Give it to everyone.
Kitty Price. He's the man.
He is.
Is he not?
Yeah.
I've never met him.
He's.
For the lug. 0985. Yes, I did see that. It was crazy. XXL.
Bubba, do you think that if you didn't have to go to the track today, that you would do a 10 to 1 show?
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
If I had to?
No, I'm saying if you didn't have to go to the track, would you do a 10 to 1 show
Not
today?
10 to 1.
Well, no, I'm just saying just because it's Martin Luther King Day, so people were off, so I didn't know if you would go later, do like inauguration coverage per se.
It's if I didn't have a helper, if I had my helper up there, I could. What time is? I just can't.
Well, no, Bubba. I'm not saying to do it. I'm saying in place of doing the morning show on like a holiday, because today's like Martin Luther King Day, so schools are off and shit like that.
Yeah, I would.
I'm just saying,
had we better planned that, and I had a track deal, that would have been something we could have done. Yeah,
I was just thinking about it.
That's actually a pretty good fucking idea. That's actually a pretty good idea, especially on like inauguration when it's going to probably be running like right at 11 o'clock.
Well, but also, if the Monday after BARP is always Martin Luther King Day, and we're hurting, it's
yeah. That's maybe the Monday after BARP. We always do that show. We do a
And if it's Martin Luther King Day, then half the people are off anyway, so
right.
They could join us.
Yeah, like Larry Plummer works for the city. They're not working today.
Yeah.
Well,
Yelma Plaisir. Morning.
Oh man, Sunny Days almost took a header walking on the rocks.
Who?
Sunny Days.
Can you bring me down a couple monsters and then the guest list for?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Seth made an interesting observation, and that is because BARP is always the weekend before Martin Luther King Day, and most everybody. Dan, does the house have the bell right now?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Dan, have you been? Do you have a little belt anxiety? Because usually you have that thing strapped up.
I missed the belt. Yes,
Okay.
I missed the belt.
I think I've gotten.
You haven't been really active with the belt.
Well, I'm gonna get. You know what? That's something that somebody did ask me at BARP. Be like, hey, did you retire the belt? I go, no, I didn't. He goes, well, you usually have it assigned to somebody that's doing great things. You might want to. So let me thank you to that person that brought that up. I think if Merch Crick is here at the building, if she could bring me the overall list of BARP, like the check-in list.
Yeah, she just got here.
Okay, and a couple monsters. I know she's got a refrigerator up there that she keeps cold monsters for me. A deck. If she could just bring that down here to me, because I know she's packing and shipping a couple different stuff.
Hey, what is it? Is it Jay from New Orleans? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Man, he's
good, dude.
Dude, he said. I mean,
I love that guy.
I don't want to put him out there, but I do want to say two things. One, I think your crowd is getting better looking. I think the crowd this year was at least 17 to 19% better looking than last year. Now, also, Jay from New Orleans told me that almost got emotional about how he never wants to miss anything like this again, and how he loves being a part of the Bubba Army and seeing that they're like family and friends and all that. Because I think like Creatine Travis gave him a ride home. You know, like one of his first nights coming and everything like that.
And here's the cool thing about what you're saying is like the old school guys, like, you know, the Nashes or like Big Red or, you know, Buck or Creatine or Bob Cook or Mitch the Mark, you know, or, you know, like some of the old school, like Iggy and some of the old school guys. Like if you're a new dude, like, you know, the guy from New Orleans, he's new. You know, this is his first BARP deal.
Well, I'm glad he was able to make it because we talked to him over in Davenport. He was able to make it out to the Content House meetup thing. And you could just tell how much it meant to him to be out there to that.
Yeah.
You know, being around other people who listen to the show and stuff. So it seemed like he really had a great time. Jay's a really wholesome guy.
He's a legit hostage negotiator.
No, I know he is.
He looks like one too, doesn't he?
I mean, some of the things we were handed out, he's like, listen, I can't do that. So anyway, it's so cool to see people like Greg and Amy and just, you know, like Joe from the West Side and you know, Kenny Price. And when they see a new dude, you know, like the guy from New Orleans, they take him underneath their shoulder and welcome.
There's no hazing. It's not like you're making the new guy do the elephant walk.
They welcome you. They're like, hey man, it's so cool that you qualified, and we've been here 6 years in a row, and it's a way for everybody that are really hardcore Bubba Army to get together and talk and just reminisce about what you like about the show or what you don't like about the show, or, you know, what the show means to you. It's just, and it's like, and just like Lasker said, although, yeah, I'm going to have to beep it out, Lummy. We probably need to beep that part out so that I can play it, because that's a pretty good excerpt from Lasker. Lasker saying, you know, what other radio personality, you know, you can meet a radio personality at the Bucks game because he's got a gig at some tailgate deal, or you can meet a radio personality at, you know, another function. But what radio personality has what we have here and what all is encompassed into BARP?
He doesn't cuss in any of that.
Yeah, I know that. But I mean, if
you want to include the Pied Piper part?
Yeah, if you could.
Okay.
Just a little beep, you know. But, you know, it's just so humbling, because there's no other radio show or content provider that is able to do this. And so thank you so much. Lummy, I missed Clint Grubbs. Clint Grubbs was here.
Yeah.
And gave me, that's what they do, is emergency services. So I bet you the Grubbs, I bet you Gary cleaned up on these hurricanes.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
Clint, you guys are probably richer than you've ever been. No wonder you were able to qualify. Thank you, Clint. And thank you to maybe one of these days. Lummy, have you ever met Gary U.S. Bonds Grubbs?
No, I met Clint multiple times. He's a good dude.
You've never met Gary Grubbs. Picture, you know who Gary Grubbs is? If Dale Sr. would have never died and was a little bit taller and a little bit more of a cowboy, that's Gary Grubbs.
So he's got the stash.
Oh, Gary Grubbs is the man.
Nice.
I've got to beg Gary Grubbs to make it. I did get a text from Jesse and Jackal, and they were pulling out of OCC at 12:05. And he's like, is it too late? And at that point, it kind of was. You know, everybody started clearing out right at probably 11:45 to make it to the dollhouse. I think optimal attendance was probably about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then from that point forward, it kind of started, because you got to understand, it started at 8, and food was here at 8:15.
Yeah, it was probably.
And so, I think we fixed. Last year, we messed the food up. Remember, half the people didn't get.
Yeah, it was a little short on
So
there.
I doubled the order. Do you know what my delivery fee was? Do you know what the driver got, Lummy?
Oh, man.
$117. So I call it's Tom Bean's store. And I called Tom Bean up, and he goes, man, those drivers are going to be fighting for that order. So everybody got what they wanted. And thank you to Clint Grubbs for the hat. My boy Travis from Semi Autoglass brought me a hat. And my buddies from the Killer Bees. Did anybody you guys see the Miami Dolphins Sikorsky Crystal helmet?
Yeah, I saw. Was it Thursday?
Like, if your wife would have made it, she would have been vaginally wet over that helmet.
Oh yeah, it was a nice helmet.
I did send Lummy a little bit of a crappy text yesterday.
Oh goodness!
Because Ashley didn't make it.
It's because.
I know, it's because, hold on, Dan, hold on.
Why.
Go ahead and say why, Dan, and tell me if you were me, you weren't be a little mad.
I was told there was a person that she was not going to be in the same room with.
Oh.
That's why.
Oh.
So it had nothing to do with you.
Oh.
Had nothing to do with you. Had nothing to do with Lummy. Had nothing to do with her disdain for the show. I think it was a specific disdain.
Oh, see, that's Lummy's freaking out right now.
No, because Dan doesn't know it. I mean, she is sick. She still is sick today.
Supposedly
she was really sick Friday night too.
Yeah, exactly. So hold on, Dan, help me out. Hold on, Dan, help me out. I get reports that she was at Romina's party Friday night. I know Lummy's right now, like throwing mental darts at Dan. No, be quiet, Lummy. Be quiet, Lummy. So I hear she's at the party, the Romina 40th, the Romina Diaco 40th birthday party, fine as hell, doing no problem hanging out with the rich ass Diacos, but when it comes to she was line dancing. I know. I got reports. So when I heard that she didn't make it to the party, Merch Crick said to me, I think that there's something going on that we don't know about. And I'm like, okay. Well, maybe Lummy off the air will come clean with me, or is he going to stick? Now, I do know she was supposedly sick.
She's sick. Okay. She's still sick.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, I'll tell you what the other reason is.
I don't.
Hell yeah.
But I don't want to do. I don't want to do it on the air.
Oh, come on, Dan.
Do you want to text me?
Oh yeah. I mean,
does she have a problem with somebody?
Yeah. But I mean, she was gonna come. She just didn't want to be in the same room. And
wait, is it me? Lummy.
No, it's not you.
Lummy, let's look at the logistics of Barb. If you don't want to be near somebody, the place is so big, with three different entities, that you don't have to be outside and then outside over by the stage, and then kind of outside over by the hand washing station, and then inside, and then so there's you can make sure you're not in the same room. So
that worked for you, Bubba, didn't it?
Hold on. I wasn't avoiding. Well, yes, you're right. I was.
It's hard, man.
When I saw the beaver, the blonde drunk beaver, making a beeline for me, I would scram. I remember one time I was talking to Bob and Carla from Sunbelt. And I think it might have been Colton. Colton's a good little assistant.
Yeah.
He whispers in my ear and goes, "That blonde bitch you hate's making her way towards here." I said, "Okay, you cut her off with kindness and let me go and disappear." So I went inside and went around the weight room, Lummy, over by where the corner of where the green room used to be.
Yeah.
I hid back there for like 5 minutes.
I watched you actively stiff arm somebody under the tent.
I did.
You were like, I'm busy. You look like the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
See, Ashley doesn't have. I guess Ashley does have Lummy to set picks for her, but you're using them.
But Lummy, why don't we just eliminate that person?
Well, I mean, a good amount of people started feeling that way on Saturday, but I mean,
let me tell you this.
Define eliminate.
I want to make sure everybody knows that your wife, everybody that works here does what they're supposed to do and more. But with regards to significant others, and by the way, Rhett, your girlfriend was so nice. Her and I actually talked a little bit. Probably the first time we got a chance. She is a really cool chick.
She is.
She's a good. You know what? And she's got your back too, buddy.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
She's a good person.
She's the best.
She really is. And so significant otherwise, with regards to how much they bust their ass for the show, Ashley and Merch Crick are 1 and 2 and 2 and 1. I mean, Ashley puts together the list every year. She does so very much for the show that I'm not mad, Lummy, she wasn't there, and I know she was sick, but I think the person that you wrote down really had a lot to do with it. I think that she could have maybe forged through her sickness, but this was probably the irritating factor that kept her away. And that disappoints me because she's such a significant part of the show. Such a silent but major partner behind the show that does so much for us, that helps Merch Crick with a lot of different things. And I don't want her mad at me because I'm disappointed she didn't make it. I just want to let you know that she's such a major part of keeping you on track and helping us with, just all types of various things that we do, behind the scenes as far as spreadsheets and and the things that she does, that I was just disappointed that she wasn't here. Because I love the hell out of her.
Oh yeah, and I without getting into it too much, she 100% all Saturday was sick. I had to take care of Walker. Sunday she still was sick. I think,
but she was line dancing and hooting and hollering Friday night. So when I get the report that she's line dancing and hooting and hollering at the Diaco party, I then get a little bit like, wow, Romina Diaco is more important than me?
No, I think you kind of nailed it where she didn't feel well. She did sleep all day Saturday to try to get up and try to come. And I think that the hate that she has and didn't really want to deal with always kind of, just kind of avoid it, just kind of, put her out. Plus getting Walker a babysitter was kind of a pain, but.
All right. Well, so anyway, I just wanted to let you know I was just very disappointed that your wife didn't make it, because usually she's there. You know who did make it? Even though she's popped out 2 kids in the last 22 months. OFF. That was really good to see her, was it not?
Yeah, she's been gone for 2 years.
And for having 2 kids in 20 months, she looks wonderful. Maria Guatemala looked great. And Seth is right, man. Our crowd, I don't know if we're just, the ugly people are just dropping out and we're starting to get better looking people. But, Nikki, obviously Nikki Pield's wife, Allie, hot as hell. Not a fan. Looked great.
Your friend from home is really, really pretty.
My friend from home?
Yeah, the blonde girl.
Oh, you mean Jenny Durst? Mm-hmm. Oh, she's not from home. She's from the Carolinas.
Well, I thought she was originally from your home.
No. She's originally from Nebraska. And her dad owns one of the largest auto auctions in America. Let me tell you how rich she is, Dan. She is so rich, and her family is so rich, that they have a fleet of planes.
Wow.
And it's a company that they own. They got like a Hawker, 2 Lears, a Falcon, a couple of King Airs. They got like 6 planes, and that's a company for them. They lease them out, for people like you that want to. But yeah, and she owns a place called Jet Fitness, in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's like a big time fitness place, and a lot of the Carolina Panthers and people that are athletes that live around there in the off season, all train at Jet Fitness. It's the kind of fitness place, Dan, that has like a 60-yard artificial football field out back.
Oh wow!
Where you can do leg sleds and sprints and rope deals and stuff like that. She's beautiful.
She's still beautiful.
She's beautiful. She's like 40 years old, and she's beautiful.
Yeah.
Who else? Of course, Deanna Vac's girl.
Oh yeah.
She might be the hottest one of all. The one that got her vagina broken 2 years ago. And by the way, Lummy, we messed up so bad because we thought that the girl that got her vagina broken was Lummy. Write this down.
Yeah.
So here's what you guys don't understand the problem was. The girl that got her vagina broken 2 years ago and couldn't make it. So Deanna Vac brings his girlfriend, and what we call her Piana Vac.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And she's just absolutely gorgeous. Young. What is she, like 23, 24?
Yeah, about that.
I mean, he's like 50. I don't know how the hell he's pulling it off. I don't know how he's pulling it off.
He does pretty well in
I mean,
life.
he must. Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that. He's a great guy, though.
I mean, listen, if you're gonna be the age of Deanna Vac and you're gonna have the P in the Vac type action, you're probably making Dan Diaco type money.
Is this a blonde girl?
Yeah, he's not rolling around in a Corolla.
No, she's not blonde. She's brunette. And no, he's not. I don't know what Deanna Vac's rolling around at, but he's got Diaco type grip.
I don't think they came in, Seth. I don't think they came inside.
Oh, because there was a blonde girl that was trying to get me to go to the strip club, and said her boyfriend sent her over to try to get me to go.
Oh, maybe they were trying to get a work in.
No, they definitely were not.
Wait, was that the chick that annoyed Bubba?
That might have been the beaver bitch that drives me crazy.
No.
Hey, listen. Let me for in fear of losing a $2,400 paying fan. Can I ask Mike Rucker maybe not to bring his wife next year?
Oh man.
That or maybe reprogram her just not to talk to me. Because out of everybody, there was 3 people that irritated me. Only 3.
That's not bad.
Drunk Kim.
Yeah.
Jeff from Bad Touch Jeff.
Which you got
which is generator Jeff.
Yep.
And this beaver girl. That's it. Everybody else was perfect. Perfect. Do you know who was so good to see? Rainey.
Oh,
our
nice.
little Oklahoma realtor, man.
She was so stoked about everything happening.
She was just so happy. She was just so happy.
She was. You should have seen her transformation. She was like all done up and everything when she first came in, and then by the time I was leaving around like midnight, she had looked like she got in a car accident while giving fellatio. I mean,
She was just I think she was just really partied out.
Yeah, no.
I mean, she really was. She was so great. So anyway, wait till you hear the problem. So Friday night during Bubba 199, Lummy, dumbass Lummy, of course Lummy's, prone to mistakes because he's drunk most of the time, and we know that.
Yeah, I apologize, but it's because Dienavac changed his name. He used to be he had a Lummy in his name originally.
Lummy.
This is so confusing.
I'm making excuses.
I'm on the team.
Lummy.
Yes.
Let me tell the story.
Sorry.
Okay. So Friday night, we're like, man, we hope that who's the dude that had by far the hottest girl of all BARP? And he was here last Friday last year during 199, but took his hot ass at that time, 22, 23-year-old, just beautiful girl back to the hotel room and just blasted the hell out of her to the point where they had to go to the emergency room because he broke her vagina. And Lummy's like, that was, let me write this down. That's who that was. So the entire Bubba 199, we're like, man, let me write this down. Now, let me write this down was not at 199.
He was.
Oh, he was?
Yes.
Oh. So why did he correct us?
So he was outside.
He
He shot me a text toward the end because he was trying to explain to us.
We can't read text when we're in the middle of the ball game. That'd be like Caleb Williams, 3rd down and 14, and his girlfriend trying to send him a text for something.
Well, plus he said he thought it was kind of funny.
So we're everybody that's listening to the show, everybody that's part of the show, everybody that is Bubba Army, everybody we all think that Lummy Write This Down is the guy that broke his girlfriend's vagina. Meanwhile, Lummy Write This Down is here and he has his wife with him, but he didn't have his wife with him last year. And so she starts saying, do you have something to tell me?
You're your girlfriend, huh?
And he's like, they got it wrong. And she's like, how do they have it so wrong? Every effing break they talk about is how you broke a girl's vagina last year. Now, I didn't go to last year's party. I'm here this year, and I'm glad I am. But they're saying that you broke a girl's vagina. Now, are you going to admit? So we cause a fight amongst them because she's like, why would they go on and on and on about you breaking a girl's vagina if you didn't break a girl's vagina? He's like, honey, they got the wrong person. I was by myself last year. I didn't see anybody. She's like, well, I know you went to the dollhouse and I know this and that. And they're saying, so we were identifying the wrong person who broke the vagina. In fact, let me write this down, was by himself last year, didn't break a girl's vagina,
no.
and is why. Dan, can you imagine if you went to a medical convention last year by yourself, okay, and you didn't do anything wrong, you just went to the convention and went home,
right?
But then you take Romita to the next year's convention, right? Well, the entire time they're talking about how Dan Diaco, man, broke this girl's vagina and she had to go to the hospital, but they just had you misidentified. what Romina would in your excuses.
I wouldn't stop it because it sounds great. Hey, I busted up a vagina.
Right. We'll see how that does for you in divorce court. Okay. We'll see once Steve finds out.
It's a horrible thing to mistakenly have said about you.
Yeah, but I mean, so Lummy, we then find out on Saturday that it was really D in the vac and his girlfriend P in the vac.
Yes.
So he laid it easy on her this weekend, and I got a chance to see her Saturday night. And God, is she beautiful. My Lord. Well, then, on Friday night, while we're doing Bubba 199, Nikki Peel's wife, Allie, she's front and center. Jugs looking just splendid for natural jugs, popping out 3 kids. And she starts yearning to have her vagina broken. So during Bubba 199 on Friday, she's on the front, sitting in Dan's spot, saying, that's something I like to check off on my box. I want my vagina broken. So I don't know if Nikki Peel was able to step up and give her what she needed or not, Lummy, but Nikki Peel's wife is also gorgeous.
Will that need immediate medical attention?
It depends on how broken it is.
Dan, let me ask you a question. As a doctor, how do you break a girl's vagina? Do you rip it?
It's probably a tear rip.
Yeah.
And a lot of bleeding.
And you just is that from being 1, too large and 2, going too long, or 3, like just pounding too hard?
Or being too dry because the girl's completely not into it and you just keep
Well, I don't think that's the problem, Dan. I think
we have no idea. We weren't there.
I mean,
and sometimes things start off juicy and end up airy.
I mean, don't stop being a hater and give the guy a break.
I'm not hating. I'm just saying you just keep going because you're all jacked up on medicines.
D in the vac is great, Bubba Army,
right.
and I like the explanation to be that he's too large and that he tore it. Not that she was too dry and couldn't accommodate.
I think Dr. Dan's a little jealous because he's never broken a vagina.
I think Dan, who's highly competitive,
you have no idea,
is mad because he has not had in the last 20 years of being married, and he's not been able to step out and get that hot. I mean, P in a vac is just gorgeous, and I don't think Dan's been able to break a gorgeous vagina in over 20 years.
It's been a while.
So
is that a new challenge that we can do?
I don't know.
Okay.
Allie Peeled was throwing it out there. I don't know if Lummy if it happened or not.
You know how girls are when they have a couple of drinks, Bubba. They start saying all these things. They want these brutal injuries to happen to their private parts. It happens all the time. But I don't know if they actually go through with it or not.
Much love, Lummy. Kenny Price, shivering Ciro Niz Biz. I guess he has his own special marinating sauce to use on. It says add serious flavor to chicken and pork, not for wimps. So I'm assuming it's maybe kind of a hot kind of marination sauce that you brush on your chicken or your pork.
Yeah, it's got a good kick to it.
And he did not disappoint again in his outfit this year, did he not?
No, he looked good.
It was an awesome outfit.
Dan, he comes to me and he goes, I really don't want Dan to hate me. And I go, I don't think Dan hates you, Kenny. He goes, well, he said some words to me on stage, and I am a brain surgeon, but it's all in good fun. Plastic surgeons are so very talented, and it's just any doctor, whether you're a dentist or you're a plastic surgeon, a heart surgeon, or a neurosurgeon like me, you're still. You still go to medical school. You're still putting your time in, and you just choose a different path. But I really really like Dan, but I think Dan hates me. So I go, because I am a brain doctor and he's not, and so I'm like, I don't think Dan hates you, but Dan's very competitive, and if and within the overall group of people, he's a brain surgeon and you're not. So I think that, maybe that causes Dan a little anxiety. Dan's always competing in life with everything. What say you?
I like him. He's a fun guy, and I respect him. And
how much money would you win if you went to a medical convention and you said, "Meet my friend Kenny Price," and Kenny Price is all partied out like he gets. Sometimes he'll dye his hair, and he had his outfit on that he had Saturday night. And you go to a plastic surgery convention, and you bet a guy. I bet you $100 that guy's a brain surgeon. You'd win that bet every day, would you not?
100 times in a row. Yeah, it'd be like Squid Games. You know what I mean? Just you keep losing it.
So thank you, Kenny Price. I had a great conversation. I actually got to spend quite a bit of time with Joe from the West Side. Got to spend some time with Chuck and Leslie, the Sunbelt Rental guys, Rainey, Melissa Carpenter. I got to spend some time with. Let me see who Nikki Peeled and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Grouper Lips. Grouper Lips, thank you so much. The busts look so good. They really, really do.
Yeah, he did a good job.
And
King Kong Tate came too.
Who?
King Kong Tate.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Mark Tate brought King Kong tape and Woody.
Yes.
Woody from the 1982 to 1988 Pittsburgh Steelers, playing with guys like Franco Harris and Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, there's both there. It was nice to see him.
Great dudes, man. Great dudes.
That was funny when you said that he was an autistic little man or whatever you said when on stage. That got a good pop.
Who?
When you said Tate's autistic brother's here.
Yeah, and Mark goes, "You son of a bitch, that's going to cost me."
So this isn't like moonshine. This is a gravy.
No, this is like a marination.
A marination
This is like don't drink.
I thought it was apple pie moonshine.
By the way,
I will say the Bubba Army does bring a lot of homemade alcohol.
Yeah.
Cracker Chris tried to give me some concoction he made up, and I know Gene's got his moonshine, and I don't drink, but I definitely don't drink from mason jars.
It was good seeing Stacy G. It was good seeing Brian from Philly. Little Wilbur, Daniel Rose, of course,
Yes, yeah.
Daniel Rose is always wanting to talk business.
I think I'm setting up at one of his card shows in Miami.
You should. Because you know what he would do? He is such a great friend of the show. Now, I don't know anything about cards, Seth, so let me say that, okay? I don't know anything about them. But I know that he hosts them.
He puts on card shows.
Like he's the booker, kind of.
Yeah.
Right, and he would.
So vendors will pay him, for a spot in the show.
Yeah, he does them at like these little hotels.
But a lot of times he'll get with some vendors and get some before the whole show opens while they're setting up. Daniel Rose will go and look at what they got and sometimes get some really good deals.
Yes.
So I think Daniel Rose is such a good, and Lummy, I feel so bad because I feel like I blow Daniel Rose off because he just starts shotgunning me with stuff.
He knows you're busy though.
Yeah, no, I talk to him usually after you kind of give him that, and then I kind of tell him like he's busy, man.
I got shotgun too. No, but hold on. But he shotguns me with really good stuff.
But he shotguns you like a 10 things,
and
though.
he has like really good gifts.
They're all money-making ventures,
and they're all realistically. If I was to sit down and do lunch with him one day, I mean, we could really probably wade through
try to make you some money,
some scenarios where we could make some money. But he just shotguns like 15 great ideas to me. I'm a little tuned up. I'm trying to meet people. I got people tugging at me for pictures and stuff. And Daniel Rose wants to give me like he gives me my own TNA card, Lummy, that there's only 25 in existence.
That was cool, yeah.
That is cool.
And so, he's such a great dude that I want you to make sure you get a hold of Daniel Rose and say, Bubba never wants you to think that he's blowing you off.
Bubba, he knows.
You just hit him with, you just hurricane me with so many things.
I don't think Daniel Rose is the kind of guy that any sense of rejection or anything like that really even registers with him. I think his mind and everything, he just keeps moving.
And so anyway, I tell Daniel Rose I love him. I'd like to do some business with him, and for him to, if I think Seth needs to set up at one of his card shows.
I've never set up. I just wanted to see what it's like,
Yeah, but here's the deal. He would set you up to really benefit you.
Yeah, no, I know.
He'd take care of you.
He would. Yeah, he would put me in the corner.
He's such a good friend that he'd probably get into his own personal stash and give you a few things to sell that would be like some money makers for.
Well, I mean, he's a hell of a guy. I mean, he gave me a Frank Thomas autograph. I mean, he's always giving stuff out.
People over to you.
He's a good dude.
I went with
he's
him to a couple
dude.
of them, and he's a mover, and he's never stopping at those shows either.
He is a good dude.
I just would need somebody to go with me. I'm a bad negotiator, so I would just need somebody to help me make sure I didn't lose all my money on my cards.
Brian.
Oh no, I've been with a card show to Brian, and I've been with it where he tried to sell his stuff, and it was awkward. It was because Brian didn't really want to sell his stuff, and the guy was pretty much giving Brian the prices that Brian paid for him. So when he's like, "All right, I'll give you $70," and Brian's like, "Well, I'm in for this for 70," and he's like, "Okay, we can't do this deal." It's like that was a little weird.
Yeah, I know, but it's better than what you would have done. You would have gotten anxiety on the whole deal.
No,
not even talk to the dude.
I'm
puking across, behind the curtain.
Okay,
I'm just saying.
All right, fine.
If you go to a card show, I think you got to bring Babyface for the business end of it because he's going to make sure that you don't get screwed.
Well, he's got a lot of cards too, so I think if we combined ours, we could go down there and have a good selection to choose from.
Yeah, Lummy, can you get a hold of Daniel Rose?
Oh yeah,
and tell him to lock in Seth and to set Seth up.
Of course.
For his next card show.
Of course.
By the way, AI has gotten so good. I got like 4 different stories that are AI generated, including Patrick Mahomes.
One's sickening, man.
Butterfly kissing the referee, which just goes to show you, like, man, Lummy, if AI just would have been around during the Hogan tape, I could have just said, that's AI.
Bubba,
that's not even my house.
They got AI where I've seen Elon and Trump making out where, like, Trump is pregnant. I mean, and Elon's rubbing the baby bump. It's actually, I know they said that this is a scary thing, AI, but I'm telling you.
It's really scary.
I'm just telling you that what's being made on the spot that people can just whip up on a Sunday after a football game now. You used to just have, like a crafty GIF or something you would post.
Just a little meme, little crazy meme.
Yeah,
right?
And now everything's AI immediately, and you're like, wow, does Shane Gills really play for the Ravens all of a sudden?
And not only do they just whip it up, but it's like, oh my God, like it's so good. Like,
right.
It's
definitely
like
fooling people. I mean, there's definitely people that are getting fooled.
I love this, by the way. Unemployed 2025, and it's Kamala Harris walking down the street in her bra with all tattoos, drinking a beer, and it's funny as hell. Laid back with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. I mean, this is good. This is good. Because you know what? I would think, Dan, if you look at Kamala, she wasn't overly skinny, but she wasn't overly fat. So I'm thinking that she probably has a little gut like that.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
I
a beer gut? Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking...
Because I think she is a drinker.
But I'm kind of thinking that that's probably her body type.
Could you have a wine gut?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can have a wine gut. But I
think that's fine. I don't even think there's anything really for her. If she's being 60, right?
This is for a 60-year-old... This is a pretty good body.
Now, albeit this is AI. This is an AI body.
Yeah, I'm just saying, though. I got to think that Kamala Harris probably has a body type less the tattoos of this.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't make her overly fat. They didn't make her overly skinny. They probably...
Made her like someone that had a baby 20 years ago and drinks.
AI probably scanned her in a dress or in in some kind of deal and then, deducts the clothing and what have you, adds the tattoos... And next thing you know, this is probably, in my best estimation, a pretty good rendition of what type of body Kamala Harris has. And I got to think, I want to see the Melania Harris body. Her in a bikini.
But Melania Trump?
Yeah, Melania Trump.
You could buy her meme coin.
Has anybody ever, do they got any pictures of her like at the beach ever?
Yeah, when she was a model as a kid?
Yeah.
As a young woman?
But I'm talking about like in
There's beaver shots out there, Bubba.
Real beaver?
No, I'm just joking. I just wanted to say beaver.
I'd like to see an AI beaver shot of Melania.
She did nude.
Who wouldn't?
When she did nude, in the 90s?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
By the way, as of today, the inauguration, which I think starts at 11 Eastern-ish.
Are they done? Like, are her and Biden done? Or just are they not done until he gets sworn in?
As of right this very minute, they're still in charge. But
do I still have to return emails if I'm Kamala, or can I just shut it down?
I think they've shut it. I think they moved out Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah, or Sunday. Yeah, over the weekend they moved out.
And if I was Trump, man, I had that whole place old man fumigated.
Oh, they're probably going to tent that bitch.
It smells like a nursing home.
Laid back.
Bed bugs galore.
I'm on my money and my money on my mind. You know what Kamala should do? She should join The View.
She'd be great on The View.
No, but I mean, but that's where she needs to go.
Well, that would be the end of her. I mean, that would be the end of her political aspirations, which I still think she has.
I don't know. No, I don't think that she. I think she's done.
She wants to be the governor of California.
You know what?
But
I don't know.
She could be a governor or a senator.
Who's more left, her or Newsom?
They said they're about equal.
Yeah, let's get somebody in there. First of all, well, now hold on. Let's not forget, Arnold Schwarzenegger was a Republican governor of California, and so was rapping Ronnie Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
And Arnold, got it on a recall deal. That's what's going to probably. I mean, I think they're going to recall the mayor of L.A. I think they're going to recall her.
I think based on the responses to the wildfires, the mayor's, on the chopping block, and I think Gavin Newsom again is vulnerable here because the state and the local policies were not helpful for preventing or dealing with these fires. And here's what happens, Bubba. When we remember, it happened here. The hurricane hit us. Everyone got their asses handed to them. A lot of people had damage, and people were pissed. And then the clock started counting. And over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks, people were getting more and more angry because not only did they get the damage, that the infrastructure was damaged, they couldn't return, they kept the disruption. We could leave for 4 days, but not for 4 weeks.
Then here comes the good news on the insurance, and that's what they're getting now. You know what I'm saying?
Or the bad news.
Or the bad news.
The good news being like the good news, like when you're getting your ass kicked. Here comes the good news.
Here comes the good news.
Because that's what's happening to these people. A lot of them lost their primary insurers because they were not allowed to raise rates, and so they just left the area. So these people went to a secondary type of insurance of last resort,
like
which
a Citizens
BS insurance, and so everyone's underinsured. And again, the problem with my cousin's house is, okay, her house is gone. But so is the post office, the church, the police station, the 7-Elevens, the gas stations. Everything is gone. So when we came back to our flooded homes after 6 days when the power came up, everything was up. We could eat, we go to the grocery. Nothing blew down. Once the power was up, we were able to get back to our little bit of routine.
Well, and the municipalities the municipalities allowed restaurants to have a patio presence or a to-go deal, so that kept,
I'm not talking COVID. I'm talking after the hurricane.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
As soon as the power came on 6 days later
we're good.
in South Tampa, everything turned back on.
Right.
The gas stations had some days where they were low on fuel, but other than that, Other than that, everything else went right back to normal, except for people who were living in, stinky, dilapidated, wet, soggy homes and had, thousands and thousands of dollars of property damage. Now, there's nothing to go back to. There's no infrastructure. The whole thing is a parking lot.
When we return, Lummy, we'll continue the BARP talk. There's really not a lot of talk, Lummy, just because everything went, it
went smooth.
Other than, 3 drunk people that drove me crazy.
Is it wrong? Just as a listener, because I don't know the answer to this.
We're open to constructive criticism.
I'm still kind of wondering about the Ashley situation, because Lummy did say that he would say who the person was, but you said to keep it off the air.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, Seth, on the side if you want. If Bubba's okay with that,
you can text. You can text everybody.
Okay.
It's just intriguing.
But hold on, I'd like to keep it off the air. I'd like to keep it off the air. And you're not good, Seth. Let's just be honest. You're not good at keeping things off the air. You're just not.
That's why I'm gonna. When Lummy tells me I'm going on.
No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm telling you not to say it.
What's going to happen?
We're not saying it then. Everyone's going to keep it to themselves, Seth. We're going to tell
I'm going to dock you $100 if you say it. I'm going to dock you one.
So I only get docked for 1 hour?
You'll get docked $100 if you say it.
Okay.
For every time you utter, for every utterance of the person that pissed off Ashley,
I lose $100
for every utterance.
Oh wow!
From anybody, it's $100 fine.
Is that payable by you just taking it out of our check?
Yeah, I'll just take it out of your check.
Okay, thank you. That's not so bad.
You having to hand me a $100 bill is different than it just getting docked out of a check that, whatever. I had a podcasting bonus coming up anyway. So, big deal.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Dana Rose's gifts for Bubba.
Hey, I would send Daniel Rose the air check, so here's just putting him over.
I will.
He'll love that.
I just don't want to get it. I don't want to get it.
Yeah. What do you got for me?
Notre Dame fights for their first playoff title. It all comes down to this. The CFP National Championship, tonight at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. A new champion for a new era.
It seemed like things were tame for a while.
Skinny.
I'm gonna go ahead and say the name, but I'm gonna appeal the fine.
It's cold outside.
I think it's cold outside and warm in here.
Feels really good.
Oh man.
Oh, your uncle. He's such a good dude.
He's a good dude.
Hey, let me know when you're feeling like you're able to come by this week.
I know. I was gonna say probably maybe Thursday.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let's not forget today is your national holiday. Not only is it Inauguration Day, where we swear in the 47th President of the United States, but it's also Martin Luther King Day, a very important day.
Uncle Eric, $50.
A guy that was probably single-handedly, should take a lot of credit. There was a lot of African Americans that fought that were very influential and getting equal rights and things like that. But I think that this guy probably is at the forefront of getting the most credit for it, and that was Martin Luther King Day. I should say Dr. Martin Luther King. And today we recognize him, the great Martin Luther King. And today, by all bank and government standards, and it's a national holiday.
No mail.
Now, Seth said that Inauguration Day is also a national holiday. So it just happens to be, I got to think that, you only have Inauguration Day once every 4 years. So I would say that probably once every 4 years, Inauguration Day lands on Martin Luther King Day, because Martin Luther King Day is usually the third Thursday of January.
Monday?
I'm sorry, the third Monday of January. And I think that's always where the inauguration is too. I think. Any clarification on that, Dan?
So,
I think you were getting ready maybe to say something.
Oh, I looked it up and it said it's in a.
How many different times
it's not a federal holiday.
What isn't?
Inauguration
Day.
Inauguration Day.
It just said it's a paid holiday for federal employees.
So hold on.
so sort of makes it.
See, I told you, Bubba. I didn't know. This is why you don't know what's going on.
But they consider a federal holiday for the whole country.
But there's no. I read there's no mail on Inauguration Day.
You are correct. They give all the government workers off. And
I know, but aren't they getting kind of screwed in the fact that they were getting today off anyway because of Martin Luther King Day? So
they're missing their Inauguration Day.
2 for 1.
So what I'm saying is okay, if Inauguration Day is also a paid, you don't have to work and you get paid day for a government holiday for government workers, but you're already getting that from it being Martin Luther King Day. Aren't they kind of screwing you on a day?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And shouldn't they, try to plan that Martin Luther King Day be next Monday or the Monday or the Monday prior?
Because we need to give federal employees more days off.
Yeah, they do need more days off.
They need much more days off.
Our mail disruption needs to be more disrupted.
Mm-hmm.
Lummy, you did send me a story for the inauguration.
Yes.
And here it is, but it keeps giving me, okay, there you go. It was giving me a pre-roll of tonight's
dude, I'm so
Notre Dame Ohio State game.
Bubba, I'm so confused about all the inauguration stuff because I didn't know that it already started until I saw the YMCA Village people perform.
Yeah, I think they started this weekend.
I thought everything was happening today. I didn't know that it was like
That's a weekend. Yeah,
Snoop Dogg did a whole weekend. I didn't. It was like Super Bowl weekend.
It was, but I would think that maybe these parties would have started this coming weekend when you're already the president. But it looks like they have these parties the weekend before you're the president. And again, this only happens every 4 years. So there probably isn't a lot of template to it, meaning like maybe some presidents don't have a weekend of parties before they get inaugurated. Some do. Some have them afterwards. I don't know. It seems like you really can't have a good party on a Monday night, though, right?
Mm-mm. You can definitely have a better party over the weekend, and the weather I think is really messing with them because it's freezing.
Yeah.
So it's happened
By the way,
twice in history.
What's happened twice in history?
MLK Day falling on
Inauguration Day.
And
oh,
see,
really? It's not all the time.
So you know what Trump should do too, because this could really help his black voters, is he should say, I'm pushing back Martin Luther King Day either 1 week before my inauguration or 1 week after because I don't want to share the stage.
What does he care about voters anymore?
I don't think people would take it that way at all.
What's that?
I don't think people would take it in a positive way at all.
Martin Luther King Day?
Yeah, they'd be insulted.
That'd be bad.
He'd be
The
a
last time-
self-righteous asshole if he moved MLK
all right,
Day.
then move inauguration.
The last time it
it's
happened was
constitutional.
on Barack Obama's second in 2013, and
Well,
it
but
won't
he's
happen-
black, and that doesn't matter.
It won't happen again until 2053.
Exactly, Bubba. This is like a
Problem that's not there anymore.
Okay. President-elect Trump's return to the White House on January 20th today will mark a historic. What's that word, Dan?
Just convergence.
Convergence. That's everyone coming together.
As Inauguration Day coincides with Martin Luther King Day. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I mean, this is one of these news reports where you got to read yourself, and which I'm
Yeah,
not
and I
using.
think the schedule is pretty much just in the article.
So this rare alignment of federal observances has occurred only once before in modern history during Bill Clinton's second inauguration in 1997. So, Lummy, it didn't occur. It said it didn't occur during Barack's deal.
Look how pretty Hillary is there.
Well, I'm just going off of this USA Today that says
It's Chelsea.
97 and in Barack Obama twice. Because MLK Day was only around in 1982 is when it was established.
The
Oh, it's only been around
overlap
40 years?
the overlap occurs because MLK Day is observed on the third Monday of January, and the Inauguration Day is constitutionally required to fall on January 20th.
By the way,
so January 20th a lot of times is like a Thursday or a Wednesday
Yeah,
or
I guess
something
it's
like
random. It's like Christmas.
that. Yeah.
and shout out to my mom for her birthday today, turning 69.
Really?
birthday.
Oh yeah,
Happy birthday, Elise.
And we've got Notre Dame and Ohio State tonight, baby.
Now, is she into that or no?
Yeah, my sister-in-law went to Ohio State, so that means
I mean, one of your brother's wives.
Yeah, so now her grandson is a Buckeye.
Okay.
So
will Elise and Larry be pulling for the Buckeyes tonight?
My dad might not be. He's always been a Notre Dame fan. He doesn't really care what family supports. He's his own man.
He's his own island.
Yes, he's a Jewish man, loves Notre Dame.
Nice.
Adding to the historical weight of the day, U.S. flags will fly at half-staff in memory of the former President Jimmy Carter, who recently passed away at 100. So, I mean, we got all kinds of craziness going on.
I saw they're not flying them at half in Florida.
In Texas.
Is that okay?
Why?
Because DeSantis and Abbott
said fly it up all the way for
the president?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, now, since Jimmy has died, has the capital of Florida in Tallahassee been flying them at half staff?
Yes, and it's only for today, and they're going to go all the way up just for today, and then they're going to go back down to half staff for the next week and a half.
What's the rule? What's the
30.
time?
It's like a month after the president.
All right, so after a president, it's 30 days half staff.
Yes.
Okay. So we're taking 1 day off, right?
Yes.
And then we're going to take it back down.
No, January's got 31 days.
Trump would become the first U.S. president to be inaugurated under such circumstances. Yeah, I mean, Trump's getting inaugurated on Martin Luther King Day with a dead president that's died within the last 30 days. So, yeah, that is very odd.
Is the border czar just sitting in a van in Chicago somewhere, just waiting for him to sign that he's the president and he's about to start yoking people up?
I think old Tommy Homan is right outside the Cook County Jail right now, and at 11:01 or 12:01 or whatever the hell he is,
lifting up, and he's going to start shooting immigrants.
He's got his badge
from the helicopter
and everything like that, and he's already told the guy that works the door, hey, at 12:01 I'm coming in.
Yeah, I don't think they're waiting until tomorrow to get to work.
No. No. And so here's the deal, Lummy. When is the last president to have been sworn in the rotunda? They're not doing the inaugural ceremonies on the steps of the Capitol building because of the weather is supposed to be like 5 or 6 degrees. And so they are doing it inside. Now, a lot of people are, saying that they're using the weather as an excuse. There's actually been some inauguration days that have been colder than this, but because of safety concerns.
I also heard he might fear a lack of crowd size.
Ronald Reagan in '85, it looks like, was the last time.
And was it weather?
Yes.
Yeah. And let me look at Inauguration Day, 1985 weather, and then look at what today's Washington, D.C. weather is supposed to be like. I could probably ask.
But Bubba, what about all the people that traveled, had made plans? Because you have to book these hotels and everything way in advance.
Way in advance.
Yeah, I mean, like almost probably a year or two in advance. What about all these people that were going up there?
And not only that, but the capacity of outside is like, 15, 20, 30,000, and then
I
here's
saw
the
they're
deal.
I saw they're removing the monitors. I think that they had they had some jumbotrons outside or some big screens that they're taking down.
7 degrees was it in 1985?
So 1985 it was 7.
Yes.
And find out what it's going to be like today.
It said with the wind chills, it could get down to 4 degrees.
Okay.
With wind chills.
So it's comparable. It's comparable.
It's a
but here's the
crappy day.
deal. Seth's right. Why would you? So it looks like they're going to do it inside for weather-related purposes. That coincides with the last time they did it during Reagan. It was 7. They're saying with the wind chill, it could be 4 today. So, okay, I get it. I get it.
And it could be a safety thing. I'm just saying you're going to have tens of thousands of people just wandering around outside while this is happening.
Why would they turn off the large Jumbotron monitors that they were scheduled to have for the people that can't make it inside? 80% of people that were going to be able to see it outside that now have to gather on the Capitol steps and watch it via, closed circuit monitor. And they're saying now they're going to take those down.
So it looks like what they're doing is because they don't want to put the officers or security at risk of, sitting out there for hours and hours and having to watch that while it's, 4 degrees.
What do you mean?
So there's still got to be security.
Yeah, they don't want people congregating outside because it's cold. I mean, right? So
yeah, they don't want to have security around the jumbotrons and all that kind of stuff, and then the IT guys and.
So what? You're supposed to watch it from your hotel room, which you could have done from Mississippi anyway.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, I mean, there's like a parade later. There's a parade later, isn't there?
Is there going to be there's usually the president and his wife, the first lady, walk hand in hand, hold hands, or walk side by side, and they walk quite a distance from like the Capitol building back to the White House. Isn't it, Dan? Isn't that pretty much how it goes?
I think so.
They actually walk that, distance.
Yeah, they saw it at 3 o'clock.
So what?
At 3 o'clock, the presidential parade.
That hasn't been scrubbed?
It looks like it has not been.
Now, is he going to be walking or is he going to be in the Pope Mobile?
He'll be in his limo, and there'll be a garbage truck, I think, in this part of the parade. But that's a lot different than asking people to sit outside for 4 hours, including, like you said, the security staff. And with such cold weather, it's going to look like it's sparsely attended, and that doesn't bode well for him either. So he's got to worry about the security, safety of the safety of the security, the safety of the people.
He can't ever run again. He's a lame duck.
Well, I was going to say, I was also going to say, like, all these. I know it's a day where there's going to be a lot of people there, obviously. It might not be the monumental pictures that we've seen from some of the other inaugurations, but he just had a ton of people vote for him. He seemed to win this, election pretty, easily. So, I mean, it's not like the guy doesn't have support if you just aren't showing up, because you might have to work or something
And
today.
on the campaign trail, if you looked, and I think, Seth, you'll be honest, I mean, like, he was packing out arenas, and Kamala wasn't.
It was Bubba. It was really just such a nonsensical point that kept being brought up on both sides of, oh, hey, look, Megan Thee Stallion is here at Kamala's rally. It's packed. Oh, look, people are leaving Donald Trump's rally because he won't stop talking. I mean, none of it really mattered when you look at the end.
He'll never stop talking. That's the one thing that he needs, like a Rhett or a Lummy to whisper in his ear like you guys did to me on Saturday night.
Wrap it up.
Like, wrap it up, man. Just like Rhett said, don't forget Erica.
It looks like they are moving the parade now.
Hey, Rhett, thank you for that, by the way.
What?
It was so smooth.
It was relayed to me from like 2 other people too.
I know.
I think everyone behind the stage.
Oh, so hold on. You were kind of maybe like physically closest to me.
I was the messenger.
So somebody said, "Hey, Rhett, don't let him forget Erica." Yeah. So then you're literally right behind me, and then you say that to me, like, "Don't forget Erica." Thank God you did, because I may have forgot her. But not forgetting her really put me over with her. She's super like, oh my God, that was so sweet.
All right, after you forgot me, I wanted to make sure she didn't feel left out.
Was the parade canceled?
Yeah, it looks like they moved it to the Capital One Arena. The thing is, they said they gave out 220,000 tickets, and that arena only fits 20,000 people.
You can't do a parade in an arena?
There's 200,000. There's 200,000. 200,000 people that, again, airfared, hoteled, brought cold weather gear, whole 9 yards.
Look, that's the risk you take. My aunt had, hotel stayed booked for a week back when Hillary ran, and she thought that she was going, and she had to eat that, embassy suites bill for a week in Virginia.
Oh, yeah, she had it all rung in, didn't she?
Yeah. So, look, people, it's a risk you take, but it doesn't seem like a lot of people are going to be able to participate or really, feel the energy of today if it's all going to be inside.
This inauguration also highlights Trump's unique place in history as only the second president after Grover Cleveland to serve non-consecutive terms. So there's only been, 2 presidents, him and Grover Cleveland, that took a 4-year timeout and then came back. Right? I think so, yeah. Man, they really think people are really, are people really that slow of readers nowadays? The day will be filled with both ceremonial proceedings and reflections on the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, who led the transformation efforts for civil rights and social justice. Again, I think this waters down the importance of MLK Day, and if I'm the president, I make MLK Day a week before my inauguration to show that he's more important. The preservation of his holiday is more important than my inauguration. At least I'm trying to make it look that way.
I really just think him recognizing it today in some form, which I'm sure he will throughout his many, rallies and speeches and celebrations. I think as long as he acknowledges it today, I think that should.
But he can't forget that. Like he's going to catch a lot of flack if he doesn't say, "Just want to let you know that this is only the second time that the inauguration has landed on such a very precious day."
Yeah, you don't know.
Martin Luther King Jr. was a hero. He bridged the gap between a lot of great things, and we should pay. Not only is it a great day for America, as they're finally getting me, the president, and I got Ton Holman outside the Cook County Jail right now to get all the scumbag illegal immigrants. And by the way, when I get back to the White House, I'm signing 200 things into law. But Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., really good guy, really good guy.
I might even sign into the law that Martin Luther King Jr. is a great guy.
He's a great guy. In fact, I might even give him a Medal of Honor, posthumous, whatever it's called, after you're dead.
Posthumous?
Anyway, I can never say that name. What is it?
Posthumously? It's like posthumously, but it's posthumously.
Posthumously. Did I say it correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Posthumously. You know another word I can never say? Like when you come from the school you come from.
Alma mater. Alma, A-L-M-A. Alma mater. M-A-T-E-R.
Alma
mater.
I can't say
Hello,
it.
mater. Hello, father.
I can't say it. I'd be like, college I came from. Now, Dan, does the stock market pop today?
It's closed.
Or is it?
It doesn't do anything
closed.
today.
Okay.
But the stock market
tomorrow, does it pop?
The stock market popped after the election, and then it kind of went up and down a little bit. I think it's going to continue to rise.
You said cryptocurrency will pop.
Crypto's popping.
And it looks like
I had to sell my crypto to do my IRS stuff. I am absolutely sick to my stomach. Lummy, I had 1.5 Bitcoin, and my average price was $28,000. I put $80 and $90 a week aside, just a little bit, and did it for 4 years, and then had to sell it. Lost $3,000 because I sold it when I had to sell it when the IRS told me to sold it.
Jeez.
And now it's what, 100?
103. Looks like Fauci for his last pardoned, or Biden pardoned Fauci, Milley, and
are you kidding me?
all the House committee for the January 6th.
They pardoned Fauci?
Yeah.
That was Trump's first tee up.
What was Fauci facing?
Being a dick.
What was
being wrong?
What were their charges?
Being in the back pocket of Big Pharma.
Is that what
That's what it is.
Okay.
Not
Really?
being a dick, not being wrong. It
Being
was
in the back.
being in the back, being influenced, and literally creating a false narrative to line his own pocket. That's what Fauci did. Let's not be. Well, you got me on the whole Fauci topic. Let's not pull punches here. He lied. He cheated.
Let's also not
and he stole.
Hold on. Let's also not pull punches, and that his rulings caused you a lot of grief.
But his rulings killed people. His philosophy killed people. His bias towards promoting things that he had a financial interest in killed people, and is still killing people. And we don't. We should scream it from the top of the mountains that no longer should we let money kill us. And that's what happened during COVID.
We should scream.
Money killed us.
We should scream from the highest mountain that your doctor, using legal means and prescriptions that are available for him to prescribe, can whip up any type of concoction to try to heal you from any disease.
Right.
Not using some witchcraft or something but prescribe legal FDA approved drugs in conjunction with some homeopathic stuff to cure you. And when you take that prescription to Walgreens or CVS, they don't say no. They have it in the back. They can give it to you. It's not like it's an opioid or any type of pain pill. A lot of Dan's prescriptions, when he would prescribe ivermectin and things like that, the pharmacist would flat out refuse to fill.
So the ones he didn't pardon, and these are the people left, are the CEOs of like Moderna and Pfizer that also participated in this systematic fraud against the people of the world, and I hope they go down for their disgusting, just selfish behavior.
Neil Malpazier, $20. Trump is back.
Also, let me Precision Laser, our boy John, which I had an opportunity to spend some time with. $50 in the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. First day back from Bart. MLK Day, established as a federal holiday in '86, is also designated as a National Day of Service, encouraging Americans to honor King's legacy through acts of community engagement. Okay. Its timing, determined by the Uniform Monday Holiday Act of 1968, ensures a long weekend for extended participation in commemoration events and voluntary efforts. So, Lummy, basically, it's a federal holiday, is what it is. Yes. I know Larry Plummer and all city workers of Warsaw don't have to work today. I know the bank's closed today. Dan, you're open. You're doing Botox and lip injections, aren't you?
I'm having surgery today.
Hold on, you are?
Yeah, that's why I'm dressed like this.
So
it's the penile infusion one today.
What's wrong?
Oral surgery.
Oh, now are they giving you an implant? Is
a tooth and then bone grafts, a sinus lifting procedure. I mean, I'm having some major stuff done.
What?
So 3 or 4 hours of stuff. Yeah.
What? So what are you having for you're having an implant?
I'm having 2 teeth removed. Implants placed, but before they can place the implant, one is right underneath the sinus, so they have to do what's called a sinus lifting procedure, where they actually like lift the mucosa of the sinus and put bone graft there. And
Dan, how do they get into that area?
I don't know.
Well, yes, you do know.
Somewhere in my mouth. They don't have. I don't think I don't think they go like in my nose to get to the sinus. I'm gonna try to do it from underneath.
Are you gonna be knocked out?
There's no way in the world that you're just under a local.
It's local.
What? They're going to put your mouth in one of those mouth spreaders. You know that.
Yeah.
And
I'll
then
have that like
oh my God.
The mouth speculum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What Lummy wears on a Saturday night when Ashley's a little frisky.
That's right. Wow.
You're going to have a mouth spreader. They're not putting you under for any of this?
No.
Oh my God! You
It's
probably
gonna
won't
be,
make.
it's going to be a series of things, though. I think it's going to be like like a half hour of work, and then they got to do stuff, and then there's going to be like another half hour of work, and then they got to do stuff because they're taking things out, putting things in, then setting up a bridge temporarily because it's a disaster. And it has nothing.
Dan, you got great teeth.
I know, which is pissing me off, and I've been missing a tooth for like 2 months since the hurricane. 3 months I've been missing a tooth. They couldn't get to me.
I got a tooth that I'm missing, and they're like, I want to put a implant in there,
Yes.
but it's so far back, it's not on my smile line.
Doesn't matter,
So
dude.
so I'm like, I'm not replacing it.
Well, I still have the tooth. It's just the crown is broken off, and it can't get back on.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them.
But Bubba, the problem is if you let it go or you just pull it, then you get bone loss.
Bone
if you put
loss.
that implant in there,
I'm almost
you
60
maintain your
years
bone.
old. 60 years old. What kind of am I going to have like a fire marshal Bill jaw or something like that? Like I'm not worried about
it.
It
atrophies.
So anyway, Dan, I mean, so
Why
you're.
do you think, Dan? Do you think like people's teeth get like? It's also with my parents. My parents have dental issues and all this stuff. My mom's always at the dentist.
My mom still has all her teeth.
Yeah, I just wanted to know: are our teeth? Do you think meant to break down over the years, or do you think
it
that
matters
we
how
just
much like me? I use my teeth get worn out.
Well, I just don't know.
Whereas
I'm just saying,
a guy like you who might not eat as much, your poor little teeth don't have as many miles on them.
I'm just saying, like, is it from not taking care of our teeth, like, or is it just like almost like going bald? Like, there's really nothing we can do about it when our teeth start just like chipping and breaking.
One of the reasons why I think maybe I got good teeth is because I do the pressure. I use water pick every day. And I brush my teeth twice a day, but I use that water pick, and that helps with gum disease and helps with, like gum.
Gingivitis.
Usually, most issues usually start out as a gum issue. I don't know, Dan. You probably know more about teeth than I do, but I don't know. Is it hereditary?
Well, I think part of it's hereditary. Part of it's whether or not you had fluoride in your system as a kid, in your water. And
do we have fluoride in our water?
We did in Tampa. We didn't in St. Pete, and now we're gonna have it nowhere because apparently it's not good for you from a brain standpoint. But it helps keep your teethuses inside.
Yeah.
The other thing is that dental care has changed over the years. And now, a lot of problems that are happening now are because of things that were done 20 years ago. And so, like, I'm suffering now because of dental decisions from 20 years ago that my current dentist did not make. And so
Jay's saying it's from all the Sour Patch Kids you've eaten over the years.
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't help. But again, I floss. I brush my teeth like 4 times a day.
I know, but when you wake up at 1:30 in the morning and take 2 fistfuls of Sour Patch Kids.
He's
and then
brushing after.
No, he's not. He's going right to bed. And it's just that sugar is just hanging out in there.
The caffeine-free Diet Coke washes all the sugar away, Seth, so that you can.
All right, well,
Dan, need to brush your teeth. The gummy takes off the chocolate. The chocolate takes off the baked goods that I start with, and so then just wash it all down with a little caffeine-free Diet Coke.
So, Dan, do you need to not be here tomorrow? I'm thinking.
No, I should be able to be here.
I mean,
I don't know. I mean,
it could be all slurry though. It could be good.
Bubba, if it's a disaster, I will call you before 5 o'clock. I'll let you know if there's a problem.
I don't want you in here if you're in a bunch of pain.
Okay.
And it would be better to serve you to stay in bed and rest. Just let me know. Okay.
I'll let you know.
Like I
I'll
have
let you know
no
how badly it
problem.
goes.
Like what if your eyes are bruised and
it's okay. I can talk with bruised eyes. Just look like
I don't want Romina
Mitch
to be
McConnell.
like. Bubba, he is so mean. Donnie needed to stay in bed on the Tuesday after the big surgery, and Bubba made him come in. I hate him even more. She hates me more than anything in life.
Yes.
And I've never done anything
She
to
doesn't
her.
really hate you.
She hates me.
No.
Steve told me to. Steve told me that at the gig. Steve knows everything. Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, it's John from Charleston. I just heard you talking about the pardon. And the one good thing about it is that if you accept the pardon, it's basically an admission of guilt. So they can be called in before Congress and be grilled and can't take the fifth or anything.
Yeah, I know, but they can't. But nothing that nothing that Congress tries to trump up on them can stick.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
Wrong.
All right.
Because he can't pardon them
perjury
going forward.
And all the other charges if they lie.
Right. So if they lie to Congress going forward after a pardon, then that's a crime that happened after the pardon that they're not pardoned for. So if they're in contempt of Congress or lie to Congress, they would still be liable for that, Bubba.
All right, buddy.
And they have to testify because if they accept the pardon, they admitted their guilt in a crime.
No, they didn't. But they can't protect their ability to be tried for that crime because they're pardoned. So there's no concern. That's why they're not self-incriminating. So that's why they can't take the fifth, because they have the pardon. You're right. They can't take the fifth, but it's because there's no crime to protect.
Is Fauci facing charges? Because why do you pardon? I'm like, if an innocent guy, the president just doesn't throw a pardon on an innocent guy.
Biden says to protect him from Trump, the witch hunt.
So there's really no charges per se right now on him. So he's given him what, like a walking insurance policy for when Trump finally does
perjury, contempt of Congress, those type of things. They gave him a press for.
Okay, all right, man. Thank you.
They can still
go ahead.
They can still call him in front and make him testify for the truth. So even though they can't lock his ass up, we can find out the truth about how that and the committee really was out to screw Trump and not help the country.
Appreciate your call, my friend. Thank you.
Yep.
Preparations have already been underway at the Capitol for Donald Trump's second inauguration, with acts like Carrie Underwood having announced plans to perform, and Congress members finishing up the distribution of free tickets to some of the lucky constituents that requested them. Trump himself will be busy this weekend attending receptions and rallies in the days leading up to January 20th and preparing for a packed schedule, starting with church services and ending with 3 separate balls tonight on inaugural day itself. So let me again, inauguration day will be held at the west front of the U.S. Capitol in Washington. And the schedule, is this the schedule right here?
Yeah, if you keep going down there Saturday,
all right, here we go.
Sunday.
All right, so we're past all that.
You got video of him doing the YMCA this weekend?
Yes, I do. So Saturday, he went to a fireworks deal at the Trump National Golf Club in Sterling, Virginia.
Oh, nice.
Cabinet reception with vice presidential dinner. Yesterday, he went to the Arlington National Cemetery, laying a wreath on the tomb of the unknown soldier.
Did you watch any of that?
No,
I
love it.
He did it with Vance and 2 other people, a woman and a guy that was missing his left leg and right arm, and the guy still helped place the wreath.
Perfect. Trump will host, or he did host yesterday at 3:00. Make America Great Again victory rally. It was scheduled for 3 at the Capital One Arena. 2 free tickets per person were available to first come, first served basis. You must confirm a text message to be registered. Candlelight dinner. Trump will deliver remarks. So this is yesterday. Now today. So Lummy, 5:00, which has already happened. Security screening opens at the National Mall. Before the day's ceremonies, an open, nonpartisan service will be held at the St. John's Episcopal Church in downtown D.C. After that, Donald and Melania are set to head to the White House for tea with President Biden and First Lady. If I'm Donald Trump, I just throw my tea right on him. Say, get the hell out of here. Traditionally, the sitting president then escorts the incoming president to the Capitol. At 9:30.
Did Trump do that to them?
No.
I don't think he did.
No.
I think he
so they probably won't do it to him.
Yeah.
Around 9:30 this morning, which we might be able to catch a live feed. Live music, including Carrie Underwood's performance of America the Beautiful, and opening remarks will begin on the west lawn of the Capitol building. Those with tickets should arrive by 11:30. At 12:00, in line with the Constitution assertion that the transfer of power happens exactly at noon, Trump will take the presidential oath during the swearing-in ceremony. That's where they have a justice of the Supreme Court.
Usually the Chief Justice.
Usually the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court does that ceremony. A little after 12 noon, the official farewell and ceremonial departure of the former president and vice president. Typically, they leave in a helicopter. Then comes the president's signing room ceremony, during which the president, accompanied by aides and members of Congress, heads to the presidential room off the Senate chamber and signs nominations, memorandums, proclamations, and executive orders. By the way it sounds, he said he was signing 200 of them today. He might be there till 6 this afternoon. Next is the JCCIC Congressional Luncheon at the Capitol Statuary Hall, which is attended by the president and vice president and their guests, Senate leaders, and members of the JCCIC. What is that? The Judicial... I don't even know what that stands for.
Jewish Community Center.
Joint Congress.
Jewish Community Center in Clearwater is what it stands for.
I mean, that is JCC. I don't know about the IC part.
In Clearwater.
That's right.
After lunch, the new president and vice president head to the east front steps of the Capitol for the president's review of the military troops. At 3 p.m., the presidential parade will kick off on Pennsylvania Avenue and proceed to the White House. The procession includes ceremonial military regiments, citizen groups, marching bands, and floats.
That's all kind of been changed now that it's cold.
Right. After this, Trump returns to the White House for Oval Office signing ceremony where he performs an inaugural signing. Finally, Trump will deliver remarks at 3 separate balls: the Commander-in-Chief Ball, the Liberty Inaugural Ball, and the Starlight Ball. Tomorrow, Lummy, at 10 o'clock, the National Prayer Service at the Washington National Cathedral.
That sounds boring.
How to watch these things? Inauguration Day ceremonies will air on all major networks, including ABC, CBS, CNN, NBC, C-SPAN, and Fox News.
What if I want to pull up with a blanket, Bubba, and watch it on the lawn of wherever the hell?
Well, you're gonna look like Bernie Sanders all by yourself in that chair. Because you're gonna remember that meme where Bernie was all by himself on the last one? Let me know. This is if I wanted to get live coverage, right? I don't want to click on that, do I?
No.
How to get tickets, blah, blah, blah. It sounds like a lot of this is going to be changed due to the fact of the weather, because the weather is so cold. So I would think that probably what changes the most, Lummy, is the fact that the ceremony, the actual swearing-in ceremony, happens inside, and then probably the presidential outside parade is scrapped. Is what I'm thinking.
They said he's going to take a motorcade to the White House, and there's really no parade.
Is this safety stuff or weather stuff?
I think, to be honest with you, I think both.
Probably both.
I think both too.
Lummy, I think Napa Mike. $50 on the PayPal. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App.
That can pay Kirk Cousins' cap hit for next year.
Yeah. Oh, that's a sensitive subject for him.
Yeah. No, it's fun talking about people with their football. I know everybody always likes to tell us when they hate sports, but literally everybody was in here when the games were on lamenting about their football team. And the greatest thing about talking about your football team is when they're not in the playoffs is they're the worst team ever assembled until proven otherwise. So everybody is just miserable about their team, and they're trying to pump each other up. And I'm like, no, Penix is good and all this stuff. But it's fun talking
now
football.
Bring people together.
His cousin's gone. Like, is he cut?
He will be.
He will be, which it'd be 60 million.
How about Darnold from Minnesota? Is he are they going to try to keep him?
I think he'll be gone too.
And who's?
They have J.J. McCarthy. They drafted in the first round.
Where are they saying? I got to go to words. I'm running way late. Where are they saying Shador ends up? And have you noticed how the Prime going to Dallas talk has dwindled?
Yeah, they said there's not even a formal interview set up.
Right. Just like I told you, he's not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. I said it first.
You did.
But McCarthy's going, right?
McCarthy's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah. McCarthy's going to I think McCarthy ends up at the Bears. I do.
I don't know.
Oh, God, lucky you guys.
We'll find out. Ben Johnson's going to make his decision this week, but he said he's definitely leaving the Lions.
God, the kid from Washington just looked like $1 million, did he not?
Yeah.
My God.
He's a real deal.
And Lamar looked good, too. Unfortunately, he can't get anybody to catch the ball.
Can you believe that tight end dropped the pass on the goal line? He had it in his hands twice.
Remember week 1, they could have beat the Chiefs too, and then the tight end, his toe was outside of the end zone.
Same tight end?
No, different tight end, but I mean, still. They've been that close.
Tight ends are supposed to be really good with positioning their feet and catching the ball. They don't get, 40-yard passes. They're supposed to be reliable.
Well, usually tight ends aren't getting that real extravagant, Odell one-handed Beckham kind of deal. They're getting like bread right there in the bread basket deal, because usually they're 8 to 14 yards. They're not really long.
Right, and they're usually like 6'4", 6'5". I mean, usually a big guy. I mean, just throw the ball anywhere near him, you should be able to catch it gently.
When I return, Lummy, we're going to talk about, President-elect Trump will sign more than 200 executive orders. And I think we got a list of them. Also going to talk a little bit about BARP. I'm going to go through Lummy and think about everybody. I think everybody that I met or saw. And there's some people I didn't see, and I'm a little,
A little disappointed?
A little disappointed. Do you have your BARP categories?
Yes, I do.
Do we do those? Or do we stop doing those?
We did it last year.
We did it?
I think we've been doing them.
Think we keep doing them?
Yeah, because the Macho Man's made the list twice on here.
Yeah, I don't think we made like graphics and everything, but
we just audibly go through the list?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that as well.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Napa Mike, this is gonna blow your mind, but I think the Aaron Hernandez and Rob Gronkowski are probably from 10 years ago.
Yeah, well, you had Tony Gonzalez.
Antonio Gates.
Yeah.
It was Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates, Jimmy Graham, Rob Gronkowski.
I think he's probably, you want to say about 30 years ago.
30 years ago they started becoming more.
Yeah, you gotta think of like I think Tony Gonzalez is pretty much the one that changed it, because you gotta think the 90s weren't. Can you think of some really stud tight ends?
No, it kind of starts with Tony Gonzalez and Antonio Gates are kind of the.
Yeah, which that's not late 90s.
Yeah, early 2000s. Yeah, I mean, shit. If we're talking, I mean, we're 2025 now, so I mean, early 2000s is still.
Who is that?
Just talking about the ascension of the catching tight end.
Tony Gonzalez. How about the guy who was even a generation before them from the Giants that played for Notre Dame?
Jeremy
Mark
Pavaro?
Pavaro.
Oh, yeah.
He was good.
Jeremy Shockey.
No, yeah, from Miami.
Yeah.
Can you find me an article of what he might, like a list of what, I mean, there's.
Oh yeah, the list of what he may be signing.
Yeah.
See if they released it. Thomas Gosen.
There's got to be a list.
Oh, would you want to start the after show at 10:10, or you just want us to do it?
I want you guys to do it.
Okay.
I got to be on the road at 10:10.
Okay.
If I had my guy from Ohio there, I could do it.
No, you're fine.
But he had to go to a funeral, so he gets back.
No, it's all good. I'll plan some stuff out.
I mean, I found an article of 11 things.
Yeah, I'm finding just short little ones. I'm trying to find the 200.
No, Mike. I'm not saying you said Penix sucks. I'm just saying we're all. No one's like, man, my team's gonna win the Super Bowl next year. Everybody's trepidatious about their team, which is refreshing. The Jets made a good the Falcons made a good hire for the defensive coach yesterday. He was the interim coach for the Jets.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, the haters of the show who think I am the least talented of all, will they actually get their wish today. They're probably, after this announcement, going to start probably heavily masturbating, waiting for that, 10, 15, 10:25, 10:35 rollout of the after show, which does not have me on it. It'll have you, Seth, Rhett, Mach, whoever else wants to participate. But I have to go to the track and try to salvage it from the amount of rain we got last night. Because it's just because we have practice tonight. As tonight kicks off our 3-week worth of racing winter nationals. Now, normally I wouldn't have to rush up there so fast because I got the Tom Brady of track prep and Rob from Eldora. And he would be taking care of it. And he'd be like, hey, man, I got to handle. Get up here, do your after show and get up here when you get here. Because when you get here, the only thing that you might be doing is driving a pickup truck to maybe lay in or pack in I got the grading done. I got the tilling done. I got the Harley raking done. I got the watering done. And, maybe pack a little bit. So literally, Lummy, when I have Rob from Eldora there, he's, help me. He
does it all.
He's got it done. And then I'm just like his little bitch. And then One-Eyed Billy's like my little bitch.
Nice.
And I don't have to be the man anymore. I can, say, hey, I got.
Sounds like a healthy hierarchy there.
It's a very healthy hierarchy. But Rob from Eldora's mother-in-law passed last night.
Oh.
And so he has to head back up to Ohio to do all that kind of stuff. And I think they're trying to expedite it, if you will. She's been sick for a while and in hospice. So it's not like, Dan, it's not like it just happened overnight. When your loved one's in hospice, it's just a waiting game at that point. They're trying to make them comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And so
it's a tough job.
Oh, it's tough. Think about how resilient those people are. And they're always so nice. Hospice is always just so, they're there for you, man. They just try. They make a real bad situation better.
It's like the huge dichotomy, and it's I've said this about cancer surgeons. You have to be more than human to be empathetic to everyone, and you have to be less than human simultaneously so that it doesn't destroy you and eat you up inside.
Right.
It's a tough balance.
You literally have to leave your job at the door. You can't come home with all of that internal just
sorrow.
Oh my God.
I've accumulated so much sorrow over the last 30 years in medicine, and you try to let it just kind of roll off your shoulders, and every now and then when things aren't great everywhere else, it's hard to maintain that balance, and sometimes that seeps into your life.
Yeah, people don't even realize, okay, I have a bad day, Lummy, because, we lost an affiliate, or we got banned from Facebook, or we're having a slow month, or whatever. Whatever, could be wrong with my business. But think about a doctor. and a doctor of all types of doctors, and when they lose a patient.
Yeah, and especially cancer doctors, where it's like it happens 30% of the time.
Right, and so my Lord, how do you not? You really got to have a special internal fortitude to be able to continue to be that bubbly, great personality doctor that you want to be, and to your family and to your friends and as a person. But you literally have death at your doorstep every day. As a cancer guy, you probably do, don't you?
Yeah, and here's the other thing where something I didn't really understand and didn't really give Jay as much credit for, and that is the horrific stories you hear in the law about car accidents ripping apart families and killing people, about malpractice where people are having just incredible suffering over years and years and years, or where their grandparents were neglected in a nursing home and poisoned in the nursing home, or let to rot with bed sores in a nursing home, and
somebody was working the loading dock and there wasn't proper safety procedures put in place, and a car came and ran over their uncle.
Yeah, I mean, just
and killed him.
Right, just horrible, horrible, horrible stories.
I mean, there's a percentage,
and they cry on the phone to you too, and it's
there's
tough.
a percentage of Jay and yours work that involves death. I mean,
absolutely, absolutely.
There's probably a third of your business involves a family or a loved one coming to retain you because they've had death in their family. And they feel,
or serious consequential injuries,
or paralyzation, all types of deal. I know Jay, early on in his career with the firm, represented the nurses in the helicopter that hit the radio tower in Gandhi, and represented that family, and a couple of the nurses that had died. And just think about it. So. Anyway,
I still drive by that area. I'm gonna go to my mom's house, that memorial.
I know,
right behind her.
I know. So today, Lummy, is Inauguration Day, and I was trying to look at, and there's a lot of articles of saying what Trump's going to sign on day one, but I could only really get NBC News and a couple others to give me I got 11 of them. Did you find more?
No, I mean they haven't really released it. The I guess the new, what is she, the White House correspondent, or she's someone got a list or said what they're going to do. They're not really releasing.
Here are 11 things Trump has promised to carry out on day one. President-elect Donald Trump has promised significant changes when he takes office on everything from immigration to foreign policy, tariffs, and then NBC Lumbee kind of broke them down into 11 things. Immigration. This will get signed today. Begin a mass deportation program, as he did during his previous campaigns. Trump made immigration the centerpiece of his 2024 pitch, repeatedly vowing to deport undocumented migrants. On October 27th, just days before the election, Trump reiterated during a rally in New York City, on day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history to get these criminals out. In 2022, the number of undocumented migrants living in the U.S. stood at nearly 11. Now listen, this isn't people like Maria Guatemala and other people that we know that have came to our country properly and got the right documentation and hired maybe an immigration attorney
and passed the test
and it's working for a major business, contributing to the tax code. This is undocumented migrants that somehow slipped through the fence, never got processed. There is no paperwork. They're just rolling around, getting paid under the table, doing their thing. And there's a large percentage of those people that are committing crimes.
Bad the Goats is a member.
Who?
Thank you. Bad the Goats.
Oh, thank you, Bad the Goats. A member on our YouTube channel.
Yes, it is.
So nearly 11 million, according to federal estimates, though the exact number is unknown, fewer than 500,000 undocumented immigrants were known to have criminal backgrounds as of September, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement said in a letter to Congress. Well, you're not going to...
That's greater than the population of St. Petersburg. So that's like saying all of St. Pete's criminals, but just don't worry about it.
But here's the deal. I mean, we have talk about like shooting fish out in a barrel. We have a large percentage of our jails are filled full of people that are undocumented and have committed crimes. Like, that's as easy as it gets.
That's a low-hanging fruit.
Pull the bus up and go get them, and then take them back. Now, if they've done something, like, here's what I don't understand. Let's say they've committed a murder. They've done something just absolutely horrible. Rounding them up, putting them in a bus, and taking them back to Mexico, wouldn't that give them like almost a new lease in life? Wouldn't we want to really, really keep the bad ones? Or because if we release them into Mexico, what's stopping them from just, I don't know.
Well, coming
right back over?
Well, coming right back over, or at least now you're a murderer in America that's a free man in Mexico.
Which is what every murderer in America's dream is, to be in Mexico and free.
So these people that are created murders,
That was the whole.
and they're like, listen, I'm going to be in prison in America for the next 40 years. But if they come get me today and take me to the border and say, and swiftly kick me in the ass to get out, now at least I'm not in America, which where I want to be, but at least I'm free. At least I'm not in jail. Like, I need to know. Like,
I think a lot of people are not going to attempt to come over, or I don't think people are just going to turn back on their own. But
do you get in touch with the Mexican authorities and say, we need you to incarcerate these people? And at that point, they might not even legally be able to do that.
I mean, if they are truly picking up people and dropping them off at the border or taking them all the way to Mexico, I don't think they care about what any of these people do after they've been deported.
I got high karate. His mic's up.
They are. Thank you.
So, Jay, like, what happens if today he signs an order, we get all of undocumented and criminal migrants out of our jail systems, and we take them, back down to Mexico, tell them to get off, we release them. I don't know if we release them into the wild, or do we actually have a deal set up with the Mexican government where some of these people have committed some very, very, very bad crimes, and they take them and incarcerate them? Do you have any idea how that works?
I do. There's a combination of things. Some of the executive orders that Trump is going to sign today will, one, declare an emergency at the southern border, which will allow him to allocate different assets from the federal government and from the DOD down to the southern border to start enforcing the border immediately. He's also going to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy, which is what you're talking about. So people that are just coming over for seeking asylum, you must wait. But then the criminals, we're going to say to Mexico, take the criminals back, or we don't give you any more humanitarian relief. And so Honduras and Haiti and all these people are like, we're not going to take them. Of course you are. Because Trump will stop immediately any kind of humanitarian aid.
Take them back by just allowing them to live in the country, or take them back and by incarcerating them and charging them with the same crime that they're currently incarcerated with here?
I think there's a few scenarios. I think if it's just a normal family who's just violated, immigration laws, and, they have like a theft crime pending, you'll probably just let them go back, and maybe they'll be pending a crime there. If it's a murderer that's in jail, what they're talking about doing today is going into prisons and taking illegal aliens who are convicted criminals. Start there. I'm cool with that. Why should we be spending our government resources on convicted murderers and sex assailants and all of these people? Then they're talking about the 1.4 million people that have already been adjudicated as not qualifying for their asylum or whatever their purpose of coming here was. So you have literally almost 2 million people that have violated the law, been convicted of serious crimes, or have already gone through the immigration process and have been deemed, no, you got to go. So it's going to take a very long time to take care of those 2 million people. And so when they're scaring everyone into, I've got a landscaping company and I'm not going to be able to get employees. Well, they're not going to, people's neighborhoods and taking people who are mowing yards out of their yards. They're not going to do that. That's not what they want to do. And they also want to help protect those people regardless of their status. If an illegal immigrant calls in and says, I know that there's a bad guy down the street, they're not going to take that immigrant. They're going to say thank you.
Fish on the J, $100 bucks.
They're going to make deals with those people, Danny.
So,
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bub Army.
So, Bubba, two things. One is we should do something to identify them if they're were a person in prison.
Chip them? Should we chip them?
I say chip them all. Yeah, chip them. And then
I think that's unconstitutional to chip a guy, though.
Well, tattoo them then. So the other thing is, or you could put like a little tag like they do on cattle. But the other thing is
on their ear.
Yeah. The other thing would be though is how to physically do it. And so there's actual law about this, and it's been challenged, and the Supreme Court's spoken about it. And here's how it works, Bubba. The federal government cannot make local government do stuff if it requires manpower. The federal government can come in and do it, but they can't make like the sheriff start organizing who's legal, who's not legal.
Exactly, which is where sanctuary laws come in, Bubba, because those local laws supposedly supersede the federal laws. Is
They
what
don't.
they're arguing.
Federal law wins every time.
Right.
But here's what they can do. They can't arrest you for just refusing to help. They can cut your funds, just like they can cut the funds to Honduras. They can cut the funds to Chicago if Chicago doesn't cooperate and at least let the federal guys do their job. But this started with them trying to force local sheriffs to do background checks, federal background checks for guns. And that's how this went to the Supreme Court. And they said, no, you can't make the sheriff do it because you're not paying him to do it.
But you're going to have a large portion of jails like Chronister and Bob Gutierrez and Grady Judd. They'd be like, man, we're more than happy to do what you need us to do.
Some will help and some will sit on their hands.
Because we're not in a sanctuary state or a sanctuary city. And so California is not only a sanctuary, LA is not only a sanctuary city, California is a sanctuary state, meaning any state official is prohibited by law from cooperating with the federal immigration process. And so if they have a prisoner in jail for rape and murder and sexual assault, they can't call up Tom Homan and say, hey, Tom, we got somebody here you may want. That's how simple it would be. If everyone would cooperate, what to worry about these massive raids of people and families and schools? It's just
I think they'll go and get with the cooperating sheriffs first.
They should.
And get them all. And while they're, figuring out logistically the easiest way to do it and things like that, and then come in and tell the people that don't want to cooperate, okay, we'll take over now. We're going to process these people. And we've done it now for 4 or 5 months with people that cooperate with us, and we got us a little bit of a system down, and we know how to do it quite efficiently. Now, you guys step back and let us do our thing.
That's a brilliant. I had not heard anybody talk like that because they're talking like shock and awe today.
Right.
Like today is going to start with Chicago and LA and all this kind of. They should start with.
Today should start with
Pasco County.
Today should start with Polk County, and Grady already have them ready out. Grady
already has them ready.
He has them in the
Grady
yellow
already
with the
has
handcuffs ready to go.
Grady already has them in a different colored jumpsuit.
Exactly. He wants to be able to say, "I've already deported 300,000 people" before he's stopped by the courts.
Right. And so, Trump goes to Indiana and Florida and all these red states that the sheriff is like, man, hey, Mr. Trump, I am more than glad to help you. Give me 30 days and after 30 days, send your big ass vans down here and I'll give you a number as to how many I got. And they'll be ready to go.
That's a brilliant idea.
And you do
Bubba.
them, and it's so seamless, and it works because all the sheriffs want to do it.
Yep.
All your people that are doing it figure out what's the easiest way to do it, how to load the easiest, how to chain them the easiest.
Press Bubba, right now they're talking about the uncertain. How are we going to do it? What are we going to do? It's going to cost so much resources. Your idea is perfect.
Yeah.
We've done it for 4 months. Now we're going into California.
Now we're going into Cook
Chicago.
County, and we're going into Minneapolis, and we're going into Detroit, and we've already been doing it for 5 months. We know how to do it.
Yeah, and we're not asking for you to do anything other than merely cooperate and don't obstruct.
Don't obstruct. They don't have to cooperate. They just can't obstruct.
And while
they don't have to cooperate, they can't obstruct.
And
That's the
while
law.
we're doing it to the people that are being helpful and cooperating with us, I need you people that aren't going to cooperate with us to send us a roster or a manifest of all of your inmates, and we'll do our due diligence at that point during this 4-month period when I got people that are cooperating with us. I'll have a team of people that are going through all of these sanctuary cities, rosters of immigrants. And so then by the time I'm ready to come get your stuff, I'll already send you a list and tell you these are the people that I need.
Exactly.
And that's all you got to do is just line it. And if you don't, we'll come get them. But we know who you got.
And it could be so organized and so humane when they see these tatted up convicted felons getting pulled out in shackles. No one's going to care. That's what the immigration laws are supposed to do.
And you have 4 months of television coverage for the American people to see these bad people leaving our country, that it becomes easier by the week because the American public, regardless if you're a Lise Kushner or my mom, both sides of the spectrum, they don't want bad people that are all tatted up, that are part of some Honduran gang that killed. They don't want those people in our country.
Yeah, we're not talking about families. We're not talking about that.
No.
We're talking about a very limited group of people. Bad hombres.
People. And no matter if you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, when you see that tatted up teardrop gang member from Honduras that murdered some woman in Georgia, getting loaded up on the van and sent back, you're like, yeah, that's cool. I'm good for that.
The only thing I just don't really understand, and I'm not counter programming and I'm not trying to be difficult, is what do we actually physically do with the person after we've crossed the border with them?
That's what I was trying to say.
We've done it before, Dan.
But what did they do? Okay. And it got stopped.
Dig their own grave.
Obama deported more people than any other president in presidential history, and he did it just like this, and no one cared. He started with the bad people, the bad hombres, and he did well over 2 million people.
He deported 2 million.
Yeah,
I don't know that. I don't know that he ever got credit for that, but I think more people need to know that
he deported more people than any other president in the United States history.
But most people are like, Democrats are soft on immigration. Bullcrap. Obama said, "Bitch, I'm going to get it done."
Let's go back to the Obama policies. You ever hear me say that?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dan, what it is each country has a different relationship. And so some countries will voluntarily accept them back, and some people will give resistance. And we know the way Trump will handle resistance, and it's going to require criminals go to jail, people who are just coming over for asylum, that their asylum was denied. You just go back to your home country. I don't know if their home country is going to penalize them, but we're literally going to fly planes there, and their government's going to receive them and decide how to categorize each person. So it's been done before.
Okay.
Here are a few other things that supposedly get signed in today. End of birthright citizenship. Anybody who is born in the U.S. is automatically granted citizenship and laid out in the 14th Amendment. Trump wants to change it, and logistically difficult operation that would almost certainly lead to legal battles. In a December interview on NBC News, Meet the Press, moderator Kristen Welker asked Trump whether it's still a plan of him to end birthright citizenship, and he said absolutely. So that means like your mom and dad are Mexican, or your mom and dad are Honduran, or wherever, Nicaraguan, and they made it into the country illegally, but since the baby was born on U.S. soil, that baby's now an American.
Correct. Mm-hmm. And the whole
Trump
idea
wants to reverse that back.
So the whole idea behind it was beautiful because it was to try to protect African Americans and black people who were here as slaves. And they're basically saying, you're not a citizen? Of course you are. If you're born here, you are a citizen. So at the time this thing was enacted, it was enacted for a very specific, limited purpose. Now what's happened is 50 years later, it's been perverted into a whole cottage industry of where people from around the world will come here, 150 years later, will come here, and they will literally come at 8.5 months pregnant.
Just to have the baby
and
on
they'll
US
have their
soil.
baby, and then guess what? Once the baby's here, now you have chain migration. And so you have family members. Okay, your kid's a legal citizen, so why shouldn't you?
So he can't end this, Bubba, legally because it's a constitutional amendment. But what he can end that is not a constitutional amendment is the chain migration. That was based on laws that started in the 60s. And so he can't stop this. He can petition to have the amendment, another amendment made or the amendment modified,
it takes 2/3 of the Senate and the Congress and 2/3 of the states of the United States to ratify it.
Yeah, it's a tough one to get through. But it's in the short list of just probably 3 constitutional amendments that could be brought up over the next 5 years, and that's absolutely one of them. But he can stop the chain migration, and so it's difficult. You know, the other thing is the Supreme Court could interpret this as, you know, as someone being in the country legally has this right, but someone being in the country illegally doesn't have this right. That's his only prayer, that his stacked Supreme Court could look at it this way and add that sort of meaning. But
that's not going to be an easy thing with the signature of his
it's going to take 18 months to get up there. So in a year and a half, that summer, that's when we'll see this play out.
In Biden era border policies, Trump has issued broad pushback to President Joe Biden's immigration policies, vowing to use his first day in office to terminate every open border policy of the Biden administration. Trump also said during a New Hampshire campaign event in October he would use Title 42, a public health law that was implemented toward the start of COVID-19 crisis, and allowed the White House to deport migrants faster. The law was continued partway through the Biden administration, but the government stopped using it in 2023. All right, so he's bottom line, he's just going to, close down the border, basically, right? Pardon January 6th defendants. Now, I hope that he doesn't pardon all of them, because I really do think that there's some people that did some bad stuff on January 6th and deserve to be where they are. But for the person that was, sitting on a park bench watching it across the street, and there are some people that were doing that got sentenced to like 18 months in prison, I would be for all that. I'm all for, pardoning those. But for the people that breached, the security to get inside of the Congress and to do damage and things like that, those people probably need to be where they're at.
For sure. And, it's very similar to what you're talking about, the immigration argument. When you listen to the news, they're telling you that Trump's going to deport everybody. And now they're saying that he's going to pardon everybody. No, he's not. He never said he was going to. They're going to look at the cases case by case. Pam Bondi spoke about it last week under oath in the middle of congressional hearings. And she said, we'll look at them case by case. People that did violent crimes, in my understanding of what I've heard from Jason Miller and this administration, they're going to remain in jail.
Good.
So that's what should happen. Let's see what happens.
Ending the war in Ukraine, one of Trump's most, what is it?
Oh, another one just like that, Bubba. This morning on my way in, I heard Jake Tapper literally talk about, how Trump said, if we don't have all of the hostages freed by my day of inauguration, all hell's going to break loose, right? So Jake Tapper today said, he's technically only had 3 people who've been released. So he's really not kept his promise.
Yeah, he's a liar. He hasn't even taken off his jet.
Everything
He's
is
a
like
liar.
he said all. Well, no, it's going to take a minute to get them all out. And with a ceasefire with a terrorist organization like Hamas, the likelihood of this actually working for the 90 days is very unlikely. But what he did was there's a ceasefire before the inauguration and hostages are being freed. That's incredible. It's not that he failed to keep his promise that everyone would be released. The other thing they said was, now, is he going to end the Ukraine war in 24 hours?
Well, I don't think he can.
Of course. So, everything, Bubba, is he said he's going to do it all. Well, it's a negotiating point. That war, in my opinion, will be significantly slowed down and done in the next 90 to 120 days. I think within 6 months it's over.
Implement tariffs. Weeks after his election, Trump promised that he would sign an executive order to implement 25% tariff on products imported from Mexico and Canada. On January 20th, as one of his first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States. Trump had previously proposed 10% tariffs across the board, but now
No, he didn't.
Well, it said that.
I know, but
Trump had previously proposed 10% tariffs across the board, but his November comments about the 2 U.S. allies went further. During his campaign, Trump referred to tariffs as the most beautiful word in the entire dictionary of words. Just want to let you know, tariffs, one of the prettiest words going.
He likes using them strategically, and this is exactly the same thing. He's going to do it across the board. Where's the clip of him saying, I'm going to impose tariffs across the board on everything? It's not. He's going to take an issue. If we have an issue with, let's say Israel and Palestine. He's going to take a real good look at what's going over there, and then he's going to negotiate and he's going to work out a deal. And so when they say these all or nothing things, it's not true. He's going to impose strategic tariffs to impose his political will worldwide.
Cancel the electronic vehicle mandate.
Thank God.
By 2021, Biden signed an order setting a nationwide goal aiming for 50% of, and again, this is only 5 years away.
Right.
50% of new cars and trucks sold by 2030 to be zero emission. In March, the Environmental Protection Agency finalized tailpipe emission limits, and electric vehicles were expected to meet the goals. California has a law dictating that new car sales in the state be zero emissions by 2035. Trump has painted all of them with a broad brush, referring to them as electric vehicle mandates, and he's going to try to I think that's you're not going to be Lummy. You still got to have Gene Lasker driving an F-350.
My body, my choice with abortion, but not with cars. My body, my choice with abortion, but not vaccinations. My body, my choice, but not with what I do with my children in school. It's ridiculous.
Drill, drill, drill.
Any mandate's a joke.
One of Trump's most frequent promises, repeated in almost every of his campaign speech, is increased oil drilling in the United States. I think one of the more increased areas will be the Gulf of America. I think that they really plan on drilling more in the Gulf of Mexico.
They do.
I do.
They do.
Made in America auto industry. Trump said during a rally in September that a vote for President Trump means the future of the automobile will be made in America. He forecast the auto industry would be fueled by American energy. So in recent years, major auto companies have laid off thousands of workers, including Ford and General Motors. I think they have set up plants in Mexico, have they not?
Yeah, that's where they set up a lot of them.
Yep.
Transgender rights. Again, these are 11 laws that are supposedly getting signed today. Limit participation in women's sports. Trump has repeatedly referred to transgender women as men, vowing to his supporters that he will end transgender women cannot compete in women's. That he will ensure transgender women will not compete in women's sports. I think that's again another no-brainer.
I don't think that's a controversial opinion after the election.
And then finally, end gender-affirming care practices. Trump has also frequently rallied against gender-affirming care, which will include hormone therapy. During the Biden administration, the White House has provided resources and guidance to ensure accessibility and information about the care options. Trump said in a video posted to his campaign website on February 1st of last year, or 2 years ago, that on day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies of so-called gender-affirming care. Is that basically ending the policies of states being able to help
mutilation? It's more than just
behind the parents' back. Yes,
yeah.
Right.
Yes, that stops it.
I have no problem with a kid that wants, that identifies as something other than what they are genetically, and living life that way with their parents' help. And they can boys can put on lipsticks, and Larry can be Leah, and she can do all that. But with regards to the actual surgery procedure, I think you need to be an adult, before you start that process. That's it.
We talked about this early on in the pandemic when it was just Twitch, and we had a very in-depth discussion about what we would do. And, the thing is, anyone who has a child that's going through this, in my opinion, the way a parent should handle it is privately. And gender affirming care should mean affirming the gender you are. And what they do with this so-called gender affirming care is change your gender. I don't ever hear anyone talking about psychiatric or psychological care where they're just talking these kids through. Instead of saying it's okay to be what you're not, it's okay to be who you are and feel uncomfortable in your body. Because some of these kids, as Danny has very articulately described, when they turn 18, they have remorse and they want to change back. And so all I would suggest is wait till the child is old enough to make the decision on their own. We don't let a 16-year-old get a tattoo or an earring.
Let the child be an adult and then they can go crazy. They can do whatever they want.
Right, and you certainly shouldn't let the government behind
and the government
parent's
has
back.
and the government has no dog in that fight.
There shouldn't be a situation where the school is protecting the child, like they think, from their parents.
Yeah, that's criminal to me.
Let me go to words. Let me LM close, which I got a chance to spend some time with LM.
He's a good dude.
$300.
Thank you.
Working his way for next year's bar. Thank you.
He's letting it hang out and swing down in Miami right now.
Oh, is he?
Oh, yeah.
His wife.
I met his wife as well. Let me go to words, Lummy. And then Dave Chappelle was on the 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live. I think this past Saturday night was the 50th anniversary. Wasn't it the 50th?
Is it the whole 50th season? Is it the 50th season they're doing it? Is that what it is?
Is it a whole season, or was it just a one-off?
Well, it was a 50th season, but there was a 50th show. You know.
All right, and this was this past Saturday?
Yes.
Chappelle, who I feel, honest to God, is probably on the Mount Rushmore of stand-up comedians.
Yep.
Him, George Carlin, probably Eddie Murphy.
I would agree with that.
And
Richard Pryor.
And maybe Richard Pryor. Those, and then I don't even know the new era comedians that
Kevin
well.
Hart.
Yeah,
Cat Williams.
Cat Williams.
He's got more specials than anyone in history.
I love Cat Williams.
He's coming here in February.
Is
Want to
he?
go?
Yeah.
I'll go with you, Seth.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
Last time I went, he didn't show up. So.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Good luck today, Danny.
Huh? Dude, I didn't know you were having surgery.
Yeah, he's having major shit.
Are you sure? Yeah. Do you need a ride anywhere? I got a big mediation today, so I gotta go home, shave, shower, local. Oh, my deal. It's local, so.
Be extra nice to Danny.
The Midvalley Drive? I hope. I mean, it's local. I need to drive in my face, leaving in my hand, finger
I
falling off.
can't. If I have a zip, I can't drive. I'm a bitch.
All right, you have a good day, Bubba.
Hey, buddy, we keep you posted on your progress?
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Please?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Johnny K. Who the fuck? I mean, who the fuck did my door that dirty? Who did my door that dirty just now? Nobody's talking to me. Who's here?
Just me?
Oh.
Just got a quick cup of coffee.
Somebody fucking did my door dirty. What's up, Johnny K? What's up, Johnny K? I'll have to give you a shout out on the backside, cousin.
Hey, Bubba, I think we're going to make the after show a sports show.
Okay.
Because we haven't covered a bunch today, so.
Well, plus there's a lot to talk. I mean, there's a lot of meat on that bone.
Yeah.
I mean, We haven't talked much about it today, and there's a lot of meat on it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll deliberately not talk much about it because we're only on another hour.
Yeah, well, if it comes up, it comes up. But
Okay.
yeah, we got.
You guys can break it down more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Johnny K. Hey, who is it?
Me.
Okay.
Jay. Sorry, guys. Had to pee, get a cup of coffee. Good morning, everybody. So good seeing everybody this weekend. What's up, Nick? What is up, Tampa Terry, Jonesy? Where is everybody? What's up, Snizuki? 50 short stroker. Big longer, double XL. How's everyone doing? Berto Perez, nice hanging with you. What's up, Mike? How you doing, my friend? Xerxes, we todded. Big Buck. AKA the Big Lebowski. What's up, Big Red? Maria Guatemala. Awesome seeing you and your boobs. What up, Nick? You're awesome, Maria. I think you get, I don't know, we're going to vote on like best outfit award? Like, what is that one? I'm like, there's one of those, isn't there?
I mean, we're gonna do the.
Yeah, because she's got to be up there for one of those.
We're gonna do the David Chappelle gimmick.
Okay.
And then we're gonna get. I'm gonna go into words, and then we're gonna go into the awards.
Okay, the list?
All right. Yeah.
Maria, you were rocking the house for sure.
And Macho Man, I need to give you the word this.
Biggie. Nice to hang out with you, buddy.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Mach, if I need to just record that word for you, this. Let me turn the music on. This. Yeah. If not, I can do it when we end the show, and then you can put your little screen up there, and I can say the word. I'm trying to have him edit my Ocala commercial.
Oh, okay.
As I said, next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And now next just turned into this.
So you just cutting that in?
He can just cut in this. Hopefully. I'm gonna do the Dave Chappelle monologue on Saturday Night Live this past Saturday, and it's all pretty much Trump specific. I think Dave Chappelle has. First of all, I think he's brilliant. I think he's probably the greatest of all time. And I really like his spin on things. And don't forget, Dave Chappelle lives in Ohio.
Yeah, like a corn farm.
Like he lives like he has like 15 acres of a farm in somewhere in Ohio.
Near Springfield, because he talks about the cats and dogs.
Yeah. So he's not influenced by Hollywood, anything like that. He's just a good old Ohio boy. And so there's two things that he said. There's two little clips I want to play. I think this is like kind of his spin on how he hopes today goes.
So Donald Trump, I know you watch the show. Man, remember, whether people voted for you or not, they're all counting on you. Whether they like you or not, they're all counting on you. The whole world is counting on you. And I mean this when I say this. Good luck. Please do better next time. Please, all of us, do better next time. Do not forget your humanity, and please have empathy for displaced people, whether they're in the Palisades or Palestine. Thank you very much, and good night. So Donald Trump, I
mean,
I know you watch the show.
Hard to argue with.
Powerful and on point, and
from a guy that didn't support Donald Trump.
No, I bet he did.
No, I don't know. I would be surprised if he actually put a vote for him. I bet some of these people just didn't vote for a presidential candidate.
I don't know.
You know, but just to hear somebody who's been perceived in Hollywood as somebody who's been anti-Trump, just to hear him be open-minded and say, I genuinely want him to do good. That's awesome.
John Costica, 250.
Nice.
Like the way John Costica runs.
Damn.
I think he probably. I don't think he got home till like 6 o'clock last night. I hope he went straight to bed because Johnny Costica might have been one of the more overserved people.
Well, Sunny Days took a tumble. She was wearing some really high heels, and then when you called her up, she started kind of tripping on the rocks. And so Johnny Costica and I were like trying to help her, but we didn't quite know how to where we should touch her on her body.
Where you should grab.
And then we both realized we would get in trouble, so we let some other men handle her.
Nice. Iggy should have been right there. Scoop her up.
He might have been gone already.
Now, I'm serious, man. You know what it is, man? It's just no fun being famous anymore.
This is funny.
It's like y'all made it scary. You know what it feels like being famous? And scary is the right word. It feels like, and I'm not being dramatic, it feels like I'm storming the beach of Normandy, World War II. But I got to keep a happy expression on my face all the time. So imagine all the dangers storming the beach, but I still look like this. The bullets are whizzing by and stuff is exploding. I'm just like, and then every once in a while something terrible happens. Wow! And I'm like, oh no! Puffy got hit.
Puffy got hit. His stuff's so original. Like,
it's thoughtful.
Oh,
so be like, keep going, Playboy. I kicked the bitch in the face and forgot about it.
He is so funny. And like, there's nobody that's got his timing or his delivery. He's the GOAT.
I've been in trouble in my day. Well, I've been in a lot of trouble in my day, but man, let me tell you something. This guy, Puffy, buddy, this guy is in an enormous amount of trouble. I've never.
Chappelle says, like, I'm freaked out by.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. They got this guy in a RICO case by himself. A lot of my friends ask me, they say, Dave, did you know anything about those freak off parties? And I'll be like, nah, man. I don't know anything about the freak off.
By the way, $20 from Mushroom Mitch. Let me.
Michael Rucker, 25 in the cash app.
Oh, he's not mad at me. It looks like Michael, your wife, out of control.
Send us more.
Yeah. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army.
And they all look at me like. And they be like, well, how all these people you know was at the freak off, but you's the only one that wasn't at the freak off. And I thought about it for a minute. I said, oh my God. I'm ugly.
He's just the best.
That was a tough way to find that out. Can you imagine if you were me reading the newspaper and found out everyone in Hollywood had an orgy behind your back? None of y'all called me? Well, it really hurts. I'm glad they didn't call me though, because the stories that come out about it are crazy. I saw one thing on the internet, so I'm not sure this is true. Probably doubt it's true, but I saw it. Some guy who said he knew Puffy, like, yeah, man. He's like, I was at the freak off one time and I went in the back room and Puff was in there with Carl Winslow, with Dad from Family Matters. He was smashing and I was like, Puff, what are you doing? And he was like, yeah, it feels good to make another man do your bidding. And I was like, oh my God. Carl Winslow from Family Matters was there. I wasn't invited.
So that's Dave Chappelle's monologue.
He goes with one thing after that where he says, I think I wasn't invited because I have a snitch's face. Because he would snitch everybody out. It was pretty funny.
Taylor Swift and Caitlin Clark at the Kansas City game. By the way, I've been informed by the great Seth Kushner, because there's so much sports meat on the bone when we really haven't got to a lot of it, that today's after show will probably be heavily sports, which is great. Boy, this is quite the duo of power and fame and
political correctness.
Well, cool chickness. Caitlin Clark and Taylor Swift at the KC game. Caitlin Clark, man, you just keep hanging on to Taylor Swift. Make her your best friend, because you're already large stardom will just tenfold. These poor girls, they can't even enjoy the game without just having the average, Kansas City or whatever. Anybody in that stadium is going to turn around and try to tape them at every possible moment.
They know. She knows. She
wants it.
Yeah,
she's very thirsty.
They're normally very polite in KC.
Right. Like, you don't see her picking her nose or nothing like that. She knows that at all times there's 50 cameras on her, including the NFL Network.
Right.
Right?
Right.
I mean, right?
For commercial breaks.
And so if you didn't like that angle, take this angle. Hold on. Damn it, Lummy. Some of these websites.
Yeah.
I think they say that Taylor says holy, like, oh shiz.
Yeah, after the catch.
Yeah, because Kelsey makes it a touchdown catch. Is it a touchdown catch? Yeah. And she's rooting for her, man.
Good.
I like them being a couple. I really do. He's a good dude. She's the most popular person in the world. I like it. I really like it. Oh, damn it, Lummy. I hit the wrong button.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, hold on. But I don't have the sound up because I'm an R. I mean, what's that one screen name?
We totted.
Yeah. That's me. Oh, shiz. Now, is that Kelsey's dad? To the left, to her right, I think it is.
It looks like his mom right behind her.
Yeah, the kid behind her is.
That's her dad. That's her dad.
So she lost the seats to the front of her son's box.
Well,
I think that's Taylor Swift's box now. Actually,
that's
kind of funny. And finally, yeah. The Kelsey's had an end zone deal, and Taylor's like, I need a 45.
Well, she probably is just decided that she would start paying for it. I mean, I'm sure she's obviously very welcoming, inviting Caitlin Clark to the game, and who knows who else. But I could see her deciding to take on that payment.
Yeah, I'd be like, I got it. Because Travis only makes like what, $17 million a year?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you said what? I mean, you guys talked about it just at Raymond James Stadium, how much the food is in the suite. So I mean, I'm sure they're okay.
Man, let me tell you, when Daddy Joe was alive, he always kept inventory of that. And if somebody was boss hogging like too much alcohol or too much, or they brought a couple kids and the kids were like wasting chicken fingers and stuff like that, Daddy Joe would call Steve.
Let me tell you what, after the last bills I got this year, I was wishing Daddy Joe was around to keep people from buying bottles of gin and crap.
Daddy Joe saved you. Daddy Joe saved you a couple grand every week because he kept inventory of that. Danny.
It's
is
like
that the third bottle of Absolute? What's going on?
We never had
here?
bottles of anything. It was beer and Diet Coke, and now it's like a full bar and candy. And you see the dessert cart comes now. My dad would literally give you the death stare if anyone walked out to the dessert cart.
Steve.
Now Danny's like giving it to everyone. Hey, who wants these people in the hallway? You want some dessert?
I've been sitting behind Daddy Joe, right behind him, right smack dab behind him, and here comes like a bottle of Absolute. And some more chicken fingers. And it's like the beginning of the fourth quarter where you should be wrapping this all up. Okay? We don't need to be ordering another because that bottle of vodka isn't $80. It's $410.
It's like bottle service.
Right. It's like $410. And so
that may be a little bit much, but it's expensive.
I guarantee it's in the high twos.
For sure.
Daddy Joe will go. And the first one that always gets the call is Steve. Steve. Who's ordering the bottle? Dad, I don't know. It could maybe Rob did. well, you better check right now, make sure, because I'm telling you right now, there's some people in here that are really, really, going crazy, and kids are eating half of the chicken fingers and throwing them away and throwing Cokes away and everything. I swear, like, come on, Steve, get a hold of it, Steve. Poor Steve couldn't watch the game. He had to be the box regulator on how many kids were wasting chicken fingers.
My dad never really understood that a lot of the box is social and business and rubbing elbows with people and
your brand,
right. And so he just wanted to watch the game, and so anytime anybody came in and had too much fun, he would look up with the death stare like, who's that person laughing?
And it goes right to Steve.
We're having fun up here.
I made one mistake, so I only went to the game when the Packers play. That's it. And I know all the rules. In fact, I even wore my red Bubba Radio Network polo button-down deal. Didn't wear my Packer stuff. I know all the rules. I've known Daddy Joe for almost every day I've been in Tampa. I love Daddy Joe. I've never made Daddy Joe mad ever.
Nope.
Like I've made Daddy Joe tell Dan to settle down and be quiet. Like
Sure.
And sometimes that's the only person that Dan would listen to would be Daddy Joe. And so it's the Packers game, and if you remember one year, Lummy, Aaron Rodgers, it was like they were going to go for 2 or something.
Yes.
And somehow, way, shape, or form, I was behind Daddy Joe, and I was like, and there was a penalty on it. And Daddy Joe goes, it's a 5-yard penalty, false start, get the Packers. And I go, well, Daddy Joe, it doesn't really matter. The Packers are just going to kick they're just going to go for 1 anyway. And he just looks right at me. He goes, it does matter. And I was like, oh, I'm officially that guy. I pissed off Daddy Joe. Like, shut up. So Steve came to me and said, hey, listen, like, I got it. I didn't say, and I told Tyler, no more chicken fingers, no more nothing. We're sitting right here, and we're not doing we're invisible. And the Bucks came back and won the game. That's what kind of helped me, is the Bucks came back and won the game. But Daddy Joe gave me the stare down. He goes, it does matter. And the penalty's 5 yards.
Danny has become my father. He sits in Dad's seat, and he turns around with the death stare whenever anyone does anything he doesn't like. And so it's kind of nice, actually. We love it.
Should we get into some of our old Brooke Hogan stuff? Maybe have Gary Cantrell, Rhett kind of cut it up. I got some old Brooke Hogan video, too.
Oh, yeah,
I got Brooke Hogan video when she was in the studio, like talking about blasting dudes and stuff.
Oh, no, that would be perfect.
Brooke Hogan and husband Steve Oleski welcome twins and reveal their names. So I think they're living in Orlando now. I think. And they have twins, a boy and a girl. I wonder if they went to like insemination kind of deal where, you know how you can go and they can take the egg and make sure it's a boy and they can do all that kind of deal.
They could have. She's a little bit older. They consider her high risk.
Because, Seth, I think it's kind of very, very much almost miracle odds to have twins and have one boy, one girl. I mean, I think like that's a very, very rare thing. That seems like it might have been done in a lab.
It looks like she's still in Tennessee.
Yeah, 36 is not that old for a woman to have a baby. They become high risk at around 40, and then it get exponentially worse in the 40s.
On January 18th, the former Hogan Knows Best star, 36, revealed that the happy news on Instagram is that her and NFL hockey player former have welcomed a set of twins together. Brooke, who's the daughter of retired wrestling Hulk Hogan, which, by the way, Lummy, has karaoke tonight at Hogan's Hangout tonight.
Monday night karaoke.
Was wearing a gray shirt that says Mama estimated 2025 as she holds her newborns. One baby has a pink hat while the other one has a blue hat. So I've just been staying off socials, cooking these two cuties. Brooke wrote in the caption, seemingly referring to the fact that she hasn't posted anything in Instagram since October of 2024, a year ago. She then revealed the fraternal twins' names of Oliver Andrew Oleski and Molly Jean Oleski. Now, what people don't realize is that Jean is Terry's middle name. So I'm assuming maybe her husband's father's middle name might be Andrew.
Yeah.
Because it's Terry Jean Bolea. So maybe they got cute, and kind of did that kind of deal. Right?
Yeah.
In the second photo, Oleski stands behind the newly minted mother of two who is holding the babies as they pose for their very first family photo. The photo marks the first time that Brooke has shared an image of her husband since she officially confirmed their marriage on Instagram New Year's Day of last year. They secretly tied the knot in June of 2022. Now they did have a place in Orlando for a while because he was playing for the Orlando Solo Bears, which is a minor league team for Brooke. Rhett or Seth. Who does?
That's the Lightning, isn't it?
Is that the Lightning's
It
farm
used to.
team?
It used to be. Yeah.
I thought they still are.
Which one?
Solar Bears.
I'd have to double
I think
check.
they're the Panthers now. And we have...
Might have been for
Tampa
both
Bay
of
Lightning.
them.
Yes,
Is it
Tampa Bay Lightning.
Tampa Bay Lightning. The Solar Bears are ours?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, anyway, congratulations to Brooke and her new husband. They have twins. And one's a boy and one's a girl.
Does Brooke talk to you?
No.
Oh, okay.
You think she would?
No. No. I don't think so. Although
maybe if you didn't do a best of on her, she would.
Yeah, maybe. maybe after the documentary. Maybe after the documentary, she will.
People seem to like it, didn't they?
I'm the one that taught her how to sign her name.
Yeah, the B.
If you look at her B, it's just like my B.
Oh, you taught her how to do the autograph?
Yep. We were flying home from L.A. one day, and I was like her chaperone.
How old was she?
She was like 15.
That's awesome.
And she was signing her like some 8x10s, and I go, Brooke, why? You got to make that B big. Let me show you how I sign my name. And she saw it, and I go, make that B, make that B. And she went on and made it like if you were to ask her to be intellectually honest, who taught her how to sign her autograph?
I sent you what her autograph looks like.
And hold on. And as much
Is it
as
just
you
like
wanna,
a big B?
Is it not? Is it not like my B?
There it is.
Yeah, have you guys seen my autograph?
Look at that.
I haven't.
Everything the Rook was all within the B.
Let me send
him his autograph.
Let me Google Bubba the Love Sponge autograph.
I will.
And she was.
Should sue her.
You should.
Gimmick infringement.
No, I just
It was just
doing
knowledge you passed down.
Just knowledge I passed down. Superstar knowledge. Let me. You looking for it? Does it exist?
Tools of the trade.
Oh yeah, it exists. Hold on.
You sending it?
Yeah, you're coming.
That's just called good mentoring.
Yeah, Hogan was out in L.A. doing some back injections. She was out in L.A. seeing her grandma and grandpa. Look. Come on.
What?
She was out in L.A. seeing her grandma and grandpa for a couple weeks during the summer. Hogan had to stay in L.A. for business. I had to get back to Tampa to do my show, and Linda was like, Brooke needs to come home, so I chaperoned her all the way, first class Delta, and taught her how to sign her name.
Nice.
That's cool.
There's Brooks B.
I'm not.
There's my B.
I'm not. Seeing.
Well, she made her own B, but it's giant.
But you
can find a
I
better.
Did I one? I did send another one.
Find me a better one. Okay, hold on.
Bigger?
Okay, hold on.
It's a giant B.
That B is just like that.
It is.
You should see the size of my
Seth,
J.
are you really going to hate on me and say that I didn't influence her on
Go
her
back to hers.
I'm going to say, Bubba.
You see the line and then the big. Yeah.
Hold on.
I took an expert deposition once, a handwriting expert, and before the depo started, I had her look at my signature, and my J is large. She said, "You're very confident." And I usually do like this. Because I have a giant J in mine. It's just the way that I've always done it. And so you definitely want to highlight that part of your name if you're a superstar. If you look at Donald Trump, the first initial is enormous.
I see it.
Well, yeah.
It's a sign of... I absolutely see it. Look at that B. She just was smart enough to make it her own.
I found the best one, Bubba, because this looks like around the time that you probably showed her. The B on this autograph.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Hold on.
Right in your face, Seth.
There it is. It's just she's just made it her own.
Yeah,
she made it better.
There's mine. There's mine.
Let's make B's great again.
There's hers. You're gonna try to tell me that there's not that's absolutely.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tell you that I don't see any similarities whatsoever. I'm not going to deny that this happened with you and Brooke on the plane. I'm just going to say I'm not seeing it on either one of the three autographs that love me.
You don't see.
I don't want to hurt you, Bubba. I don't want to make you cry. But I just am not seeing the autograph mentorship, and I'm not even being a dick.
Hold on.
These are my new glasses.
Hold on.
Here, I got astigmatism.
Here is the B. The UBBA is encompassed within the B.
It looks like hieroglyphics,
and
man.
her Brooke is encompassed within her B. You're going to try to say, I mean, even though like you're supposed to be my friend, this is straight hate. You're just being a hater.
Haterade.
I mean, you're going to try to say that that B is not similar to that B. And not everybody signs their Bs when their name starts with B and makes it the biggest initial and makes the B encompass most everything. My Bubba, the B encompasses the Ubba, and it's the cross T portion of the.
I just think there's too much explaining of your autograph. And I just think when you have to like explain a joke, it's not funny. If you have to explain an autograph.
Well, man, let me now we got our very own being an effing. Yeah.
Lummy agrees with me.
No, I mean, does anybody really agree with you?
Look, here's another autograph with someone with a B that doesn't look anything like yours. Bill Clinton. See?
Yeah.
Totally different.
Don't even try. He's just trying to be a dick. I can't wait to get back at him financially.
Well, what the hell,
Are you putting him on $100 probations again?
That's a fine.
Would I get fined for autograph meetings?
For just blatantly being wrong and mean.
Counter programming against you?
Are you sensitive about the times you've spent with Brooke? I didn't know.
But like, I mean, you guys could look at chat and chat. Like, how can you not say that I'm the one that taught her how to make her B big when you can go back, I don't know, 25 and 30 years and see that I've always made my B the most prevalent thing of my autograph.
I think she should definitely cut you in on some of those autograph royalties.
I don't want cut in. I
think she's put out a couple of Tops Now cards.
I don't want it cut in. I just don't want somebody over there being a dick to be a dick. Just to rile up the dickness. Now you know, Lummy, and all the dick forums and stuff, they're going to be like, Seth finally stood up to Bubba and set him straight because that fat ass, no way, shape, or form, ever had any influence on how Brooke signed her name. It's just Bubba being an asshole, trying to be all that. Thank God for Seth for setting him straight. And he's wrong. Like, why would I lie about that? Why would I lie about that?
Actually, I changed my mind. I'm wrong. I'm a bitch, and I can't even read.
He didn't say your story was wrong. He just said he didn't see a similarity.
I gotta go into words. I'm
between
way
the
late.
B's.
I'm way late. We gotta start the BARP Awards next. Hold on.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Seth, I printed 2 pictures of their autographs so you can get a better look at it. I'm gonna go grab it and then you can have side-by-side comparison.
All right, yeah, just do it till I change my mind.
We're gonna convince you before the show is over. I won't stop.
Oh man.
It feels like 30 outside. Whew.
Dark Match Steve didn't make it.
Yeah, he was there.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he was there on Friday. I mean, no, Saturday, sorry.
How about Stanley the Sniper?
Oh, yeah, he was there all 3 days. He was lighting shirts on fire in the street.
Hierarchy.
He did not because of his conventions. He showed up for $199 with some cash.
That's not Carlos Mandinko.
He came. John from Naples stayed away from Stein.
He stayed away from Stein?
Well, because him and Stein had a little heat.
Do they?
Yeah.
Let Fudge some?
Let Fudge and Wars was there. Yeah, he was there all 3 nights. All 3 nights he was there.
His buddies from Orlando were cool.
I didn't see Mama Bear.
The husband and wife that were here. She was wearing, I think, black and red. And he was like, looked shorter, like Italian guy. I don't know what he did. Business guy from Orlando.
How about Mike Thurlman?
Awesome.
No, Mike, he's in LA. He couldn't, he wasn't able to make it out because of the fires.
Ugh.
He sent an email to saying that he had to stay back because of the fires.
How about R.C. Hellerman?
No, he did not.
I hung out with Airtight Ski Pole for a while before I left. What a great guy he is.
Smart.
Super smart.
Super smart.
Really interesting guy. And he like literally just, before we left, he just wanted to pull me aside and I literally had an Italian goodbye. I said goodbye for an hour and a half. I left a little bit before midnight.
Slammin' was here, wasn't he, Lemmy?
Yes, he was.
I enjoyed the time with all you guys. Whoever I spoke with, it was awesome. A couple of you guys pulled me aside. We had some good conversation, for sure.
Terry the mechanic didn't make it.
Did not see him.
So good to see you too, Kevin.
One of the Tigs made it, and two of them didn't.
Barney Rebel did. And then the other one, I think, got into an accident.
You're right, Big Red. I was the last Diaco there.
Oh, fender bender.
What's up, T. Snoolin? Sunny days, Carlos, Clem, Cracker Chris. How's everybody doing? Thank you, Sunny days. Berto, it's great hanging out with you as well. My names are bad. I hung out with a cop from Louisiana for a while. Who was that? Cop from Louisiana?
Oh,
You
Jay
shorter?
from New Orleans.
Who?
Jay from New Orleans.
Okay. Dave's
New
cool.
Orleans.
The John Kostika. What up? Dave Rock. Thuggish Ruggish Nerd. The Thomas Kilson. Herman McGrom. Shaka right back at you, brother. Jay from New Orleans. I can't remember your name. How bad is that? Hey, who was that guy named Jay I was talking to?
Jay from New Orleans.
Kabuki Jones. Good morning. Ray Jennings. What's the weather like in Arkansas? Is it cold? Does it get that cold blast? Internet Fred, good morning.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I gotta be quick because I'm running way late today.
Yes, you are.
I gotta tell you, I got a chance to watch portions of all 4 games this weekend. You guys will break them down further today on the after show. But I gotta tell you, man, the NFL needs to pat themselves on the back. I mean, the matchups were great. The games were unbelievable. Probably the only blowout was really an upset, and that would be the Commanders over the Lions.
And that happened like in the second half. Like it's all of a sudden that just the
Commanders put up
started,
28 in the second half.
They just started putting the beat down on them.
Chiefs and Texans. I don't know if it was as close as it sounded. But man,
it was pretty close, man. There's just a couple of really iffy calls.
Yesterday's games. Oh my God!
Look how
Talk
close
about
they are.
great games.
They were really good games.
Talk about odds makers trying to pull that game. You know, that's just incredible. 6 points.
I mean,
and 2 points.
Realistically, man, the Rams and the Ravens were only a play away from potentially winning those games. Bills 27-25 over the Ravens. Eagles 28-22. All come down to last minute. And boy, did it look kick-ass. That snow that creeped into Philadelphia, and it was really heavy in the second half. It just solidifies,
toughness in football and playoffs.
Yeah,
it's just that's a playoff game.
In fact, Lummy, I think this is maybe you might want to check. When's the last time that the divisional playoffs were all played outside? There was no dome games.
Detroit was inside.
Oh, Detroit was okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're right. But usually there's more dome. I mean,
I don't know. That Rams-Philly game really started showing me the importance of a running game and making sure that you're pretty stacked in the trenches.
And also your running backs used to or knows how to deal with the cold.
Yeah,
because that really hurts.
Yeah, Shaquan was like, he just knew how to keep his cleats under him and do slight cuts where the defense couldn't just, what do you have, 205?
Yeah, he was over 200.
So
and the ground feels different and it's harder. I didn't grow up north like you guys did, and so one time I went to a game when I was a kid in Chicago, and I went to Soldier Field, and it was the middle of winter, and it was so cold, and so I went down on the field, and I couldn't believe how hard the turf was.
Oh yeah, that's when Chicago had. That's when Chicago was the old Soldier Stadium,
exactly.
And Walter Payton and those guys played, and they had some of the worst. Them in Philadelphia had the two worst playing surfaces with regards to hardness.
It was unbelievable. No grip. There's nothing that a cleat could do in it. And then when you were hit and landed on it, it was like cement. It was like a sidewalk.
And back then, their AstroTurf wasn't filled with a rubber fill. Nowadays, it's got a rubber fill to give you like the soil effect. Back then, it was just like carpet. There was they wasn't filled with anything. It was just literally like carpet.
And there used to be knee injuries and ankle injuries and hip injuries because the leg wouldn't slide like typical grass. It would get stuck. The foot would get stuck.
So anyway, the AFC and the NFC championships games start both on Sunday. One at 3:00 and one at 6:30. The 3:00 game is the Eagles hosting the Commanders, the 2 seed versus the 6 seed. I think right now the line is Philadelphia -5.5.
Yes.
And then later on that night on CBS Paramount, Chiefs host the Bills, and it's KC -2.
That's almost a bet. I don't bet football, but that's almost a bet.
I mean, I'd love to see a Bills Commanders. Wouldn't you? I mean, anybody, but I don't want. I just don't. I'm done with the Chiefs.
Another Chiefs Eagles would be really frustrating, but. If the Chiefs and Eagles played and the Eagles won, there'd be a lot of happy people. I think Bills Commanders for me too. I would rather see that.
I'd rather see Bills Commanders.
It's not as good a markets, I don't think.
No, Buffalo and Washington.
Yeah,
Maryland, whatever.
So that's what you got for your AFC and NFC championship games, respectfully. The boys will break it down on today's after show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
I give them 2 points.
The
odd makers were pretty close, actually.
They were. Did you see? One's 2 points and one's 6 points. So if you had 7 points or 3 points, I mean, it's just incredible how good they are. They're so accurate.
Yeah, last was 1 point, and that was a 2-point game for last week's games. And I want to say the Rams and Eagles, I think, was 6. And that game ended at 6 points, I think. So, they're pretty good.
Yeah. For sure. Philly's better than I thought.
They said Philly's fixed.
Kamala's greeting Vance, where's that? Is that on what's that on, like Fox News or something? Let's see, let me go around there.
Jeez, 18 sucks. That's funny, Snizuki Slayer. Fox News. Thank you, Group Lips. I don't have a remote. I had a good time hanging with you for the first half hour. That was always nice because sometimes at those things I don't get a chance to hang out with you.
I know it was nice.
Wasn't it nice to have Steve around?
Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good.
Seth, are you that cold?
He's out.
What do you mean?
Oh, you're right.
He's not out. He's got his fucking Unabomber. He's got a Unabomber outfit.
Is it impeding your ability to do great radio?
No, not at all. Not one fucking bit.
Of course she does. Grouper lips. She and Jackie O are the two best looking first ladies we've ever had. For sure. I don't think there's any question about that. God, I hope so. Eat more coleslaw. I think she's already had her 2 terms, and so, believe it or not, we heard that Bob Buckhorn may try to run again. In Tampa, it's this weird rule where you can only hold 2 consecutive election cycles, and then you have to take a break and come back. So Dick Greco did that once. But do you think Bob Buckhorn has the pop to come back, Bubba? His name recognition, it's almost too easy in Tampa.
I think he has a chance just because of his name recognition, but he's just an arrogant fucking piece of shit's what he is.
Good morning, that's a fan. What up, White ST? Good seeing you. Snizuki Slayer, like librarian, hot baby. What's up, Paul Rogers? It is, yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I mean, we may have to we probably won't get through all this. I got to break like at 47, and then we're done.
Because you got to get out of here.
Well, I got to get out of here, and I think this is actually the official, BARP winners and losers list that we do every year, and it takes quite some time. So we'll start it, but we can pick it back up early in the morning, like first thing tomorrow.
Okay.
Close it out. Obviously, tomorrow will probably be a bunch of inauguration talk. So that in conjunction, maybe we can open the show up lightheartedly and get through the remaining portion of the annual BARP Awards, and then jump into the inauguration. So without further ado, Lummy, I know you have a list, and it's a list that we came up with years ago, and we've stuck with it.
Yes.
And some of it's kind of goofy, and some of it's not. I think there's even a Romina Diaco Award.
Mm-hmm.
Is there not?
Yes, there is.
Yes.
Jimmy Cleavis Award.
Jimmy Cleavis Award. So Lummy, without let's go ahead and start doing our awards. Let me make sure I got the right sound effect. Okay.
The Drunk Kim Award, which goes to the most drunk person.
Well, is it the most drunk person or the most drunk and irritating person? Can we put a caveat to that, Lummy? I mean, and can we put a caveat to that?
Well, last year's person that won it was Macho Man. So, I mean, he wasn't irritating, but...
well, Macho Man did not win the Drunk Kim Award.
No.
But I think...
Did Drunk Kim win it?
With drunk...
She did a couple years.
With drunkenness comes irritation.
I agree.
And I'm going to nominate the Beaver Girl for the Drunk Kim Award. Any? Do I have a second or any other suggestions on nominees?
I second that.
All mics are up. Rhett, do you have an opinion on the Drunk Kim Award?
Just give it to Drunk Kim.
Okay.
She cornered Lasker for like 2 hours on Friday night. Poor guy couldn't go anywhere.
Lummy?
He loves that too.
I'm going to go with...
drunk. If you want to go, we can throw it right back to Drunk Kim.
Or Thursday night, excuse me.
I'm going to go with Jeff from Thursday.
Oh, Jeff from Touch Vodka, formerly from Touch Vodka, now Generator Jeff.
He likes getting awards.
Generator Jeff.
That's what his name is. Yeah, Generator. You know what, Lummy?
Jeff.
I'm going to give it to Generator Jeff as well, although it's a close second between the Beaver Girl and Drunk Kim in her own award. Seth, your vote might very well be the tiebreaker. Who do you feel might have been the most drunkest in your one night of being there?
I didn't see anybody that I thought was overly incapacitated, but I have heard you guys speak the most off air about Drunk Kim annoying everybody, so I would probably have my vote go to her based on what I've heard.
Lummy, it stays. The Drunk Kim Award stays Drunk Kim Award.
All right.
That goes out to the award, that it's named after. All too often, a lot of people won't win their own award. This one, we're starting out on good. Let me continue on.
The Scout and Big Ope Award, which is the most handsy, but the people wanted it.
All right, so the people that are the most handsy, but not handsy in a bad way, handsy in a good way. Now, I'd seen some scuttlebutt amongst Iggy and somebody else where there was like a kind of a handsy caper going on. But I couldn't quite decipher it.
What do you mean,
chat.
like two boys were getting handsy with each other?
Yeah, Iggy might be able to get on chat and further explain what's going on. Like there might have been somebody got a little too handsy.
Oh.
And we don't know about it, Lummy. It might be like they kept it
off our plate.
I don't, right off the top of my head, know of anybody that got too handsy.
It wasn't like other years. There was a definite winner.
Yeah.
This one I didn't see. I was only here for Saturday, so I don't know what happened Thursday.
So, Iggy, if there is some kind of handsy caper, can you give it to us now? Because we're not up to speed. And Lummy, what do you got?
Oh, just one of the Nashes. He kept giving me this massage. I liked it. That's what it is.
You know what? He did tell me he loved me like 15 times over
now, which
the
one
day.
would that be?
The
Nash
bigger
1
Nash.
or
No,
the bigger? That's 2. That's
two.
Nash 2.
By the way, what awesome guys. What mentions. I love those two guys. But he did feel me up a few times and tell me he loved me with a very serious look in his eye.
Yeah, you don't really get the feeling that Nash is a handsy kind of guy.
Well, it wasn't in a bag way, like you said. It wasn't unwanted.
Right.
I enjoyed the embrace. I'm glad when he grabbed me by the shoulder.
I've never known Nash to be a handsy guy at all.
No, like him and giving him a massage because Scout and Big Ope weren't there, so he kind of took that place.
So I
kind of liked it.
Okay, so let me.
That's who my vote
Let's
would
give
be.
it to Jeremy Nash.
There we go.
Jeremy Nash as the most handsy.
Looking forward to seeing you next year.
Let me continue on.
The Mac Award, the best +1.
Oh, the best +1 goes, obviously named after Cable Dog's father, Mac. Rest in peace, Mac. I would say the best +1 would either be Nicky Peeled with his wife.
You don't look at him like a package deal?
Well,
who was the one, Bubba, that you and I were sitting over by the pizza and his girl came by and you looked at me and we're both like, what?
D in a vac.
Right? That's
D in the vac.
That's my vote.
She's
because it was a matter of like who brought what. You know what I mean?
I'm going with DNFAC too, as well. I should say. Does anybody want to throw me an acknowledgement?
I'm with you on that one.
Or I got two. I got a second. Anybody else? Any other nominees?
I think Bubba Army Mom was a +1 of Greg and Amy.
Oh, I think, and she looked good as hell too, Lummy.
I didn't see her there.
So I got D in the Vax, +1, which is P in the Vac. Then I got Greg and Amy's +1, which is Bubba Army Mom. Those are my two contestants. I need everybody that was there to vote accordingly.
I think Big Country was a +1 technically this year, so I got to give him a vote and thank him for buying that Brock Purdy downtown from me.
There you go. Card related.
I needed the scrap.
I got D in the Vax +1. Lummy, somebody's thrown up Greg and Amy's +1, which was Bubba Army Mom. Seth, do you have a dog in this fight?
I'll say Bubba Army Mom. I don't even know who the first person is.
All right, and Lummy, what about you?
I just like Jay from New Orleans. He was Carla. What's her name? Susan Poitras's +1. So
he was, and I hung out with him for hours.
Yeah, Lummy. I think I'm going with Bubba Army Mom.
All right,
I'm going on with Bubba Army Mom. I'm sorry to those that were nominated.
I didn't know Jay was a +1.
Yeah, she looked great.
I didn't either.
Tina looked great.
She looked great. So did, but nobody's the hottest. Well, she'll win some awards because she's the hottest.
Is this the hottest award or just the best? Like the best +1? I thought it was like
the best +1.
Yeah,
I don't. Her hotness just got me.
I just know she's a big participant in the show. So
let me continue on.
Okay.
Grouper Lips Award. Put in the most amount of work.
Big Red.
Big Red. By far, Big Red.
Someone's the stage for holding up all that weight.
Well, that goes to Big Red.
Right.
I think Big Red's won it before, has he not?
He's won it every year.
Oh, okay. Big Red,
except for the first year, which was Grouper Lips.
Right, Grouper Lips. But Big Red's won it every year ever since.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The Brandon the Quad Award, most over for the week.
Who was the most over? Like the most, I would say... I would say probably
Gene.
Yeah.
Does Gene count though? Is he eligible?
No, Gene's not eligible because he's a member of the show. So it's got to be, somebody on the.
Is Kostika in the mix?
Yeah,
Joe from the West Side.
I think it would be either between John Kostika, Joe from the West Side, or Kenny Priz. One of those three. Of course, I'm.
Big Buck gets a pretty good pop every time.
Big Buck,
come on.
Buck's
Now,
pretty
Big
popular.
Lebowski, come on, dude.
And he was actually Big Buck was walking. It's big. This should really actually seal for Big Buck. He was walking around with Brandon the Quad on FaceTime at Barb.
Nice.
It was. Let me. It's Big Buck.
Yes, Seth.
Yeah, he was wearing your
We skewed one vote.
Big Buck. Sorry, Johnny K.
Oh God,
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
Johnny K.
This is
Big
not
Buck has a presence that's larger
And
than
finally,
life.
let me the last one before I go into words, and then we can do a few before on the backside. Go ahead.
The Missy Hazlett Award, the hottest MILF.
The hottest woman that happens to have children. I'm voting for Allie Peeled. She's got 3 kids, and she was double shaking those knocks on Bubba 199.
Double shaking the knocks.
She was doing double trouble on the Canucks. I mean, I got Allie Peeled. Anybody want to second me with Allie Peeled?
Yeah, I mean, but I think you gotta. Maria was wearing a see-through shirt.
Yeah, she has kids too. She's got kids too.
And on Friday night, Maria had a whole. I mean, like I don't even know how that stayed on her.
Yeah,
I thought you guys were gonna get kicked off.
I did too until I saw the little black remnants gimmick. Let me. It's between Maria Guatemala and Allie Peeled.
Allie Peeled.
Is that who you're going with?
Yeah, I'll go with
Allie
Allie
Peeled.
Peeled.
All right. Let me do some words. We'll get a couple out of the way. There's quite a few, aren't there? Will you count and
Yes.
see how many more we have left? And then give me that number on the backside? Okay, thanks.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Like I said, I thought the crowd was 17 to 19% better looking this year.
I agree.
Girls and boys.
You know, Kim, I didn't see Generac Jeff this year, but based on prior years seeing him, I could see how he'd be in the running. Kim says wasn't even drunk. Thanks for the award. But touch was way worse.
Jesus Christ.
I was there one day.
It was so bad to listen to the stories he was telling.
No comment, that makes sense.
You called him out.
So it's bad to listen to stories he was telling.
But they were good stories.
They
They're good. I mean, Jeff's a great guy. He does like the Taiwan line, but Jeff is a great guy. What up, Jeff? What up, Kim? What's up, everybody?
Are these actual awards people get, Lummy?
Well, you have an award.
I got an award?
Yeah.
Like I won?
No, you just wanted one, so there's a Seth Kushner award.
Oh. We don't need to do that.
It's on my list. Because you wanted an award. You wanted one named after you. And you said, when you said it, you said that you could win it every year.
I gotta go in a second. Sunny days too. Mediation.
What up, Longer? Yeah, you killed it, Berto. What up, White Ice Tea? Nice to meet you on the way out.
Great job. Great job, Macho Man. Thank you.
What's up, Highway 73? So nice to meet your brother and you, and now I get the Highway 73, Jersey boys. Thanks for your service. Appreciate you. Your brother's super cool.
Yeah.
Retired cops out of New Jersey. I didn't know that. Yeah, super cool.
How fast would Sunny Days have been moving around Barb if she wasn't wearing those heels? What up, Thomas? What's up, Maria?
You earned it, big buck. Thank you, White Ice Tea. I try to teach my son to have a good handshake, too. Those little things are important. Look him in the eye, give him a firm handshake. I'm glad you didn't say I had a wet fish.
Anytime, Buck.
After all these years. You're the man, big buck.
I couldn't hear what Brandon was saying, but we saw each other, and that's all that mattered.
That's right. He saw you, and you saw him.
What up, Permagrom?
Yeah, first impressions, Big Red. So important.
Is this Russ Rollins on the TV? On the B-roll?
Yeah,
Tuttle was fucking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, amazing.
I was like, shit, man, he's been on here a long ass time.
No, Tuttle was fucking with him.
Oh boy.
Looks like.
What kind of convention is he at?
I have some Comic-Con or some
okay.
shit. Tuttle fucking with him bad.
Looks like Tampa's going to get the 2029 National Championship.
The 2020?
2029.
That's awesome.
Fuck yeah, we are.
Everyone will be coming out of the woodwork that year to try to get the box.
Yeah.
Man, they're going to have the playoffs dialed in by 2029. I mean, they're going to have...
Probably double the amount of teams.
Well, I think they'll have the right teams. Not saying they didn't have it this time, but I know they want to tweak the seedings and stuff.
I still don't like it yet.
I think they're gonna keep tweaking it.
Yeah. I mean, I almost think there should be like a limit of how often the portal can be used or what time period.
They're trying to limit the portal to once a year.
They've already made.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy Lummy, with regards to your sports show, on my screen here, whoever sits where I sit, my first bookmark right here is the guy that dropped the tight end that dropped on. You guys might be able to.
Mark Andrews?
Yeah. So I'm not going to use it now because you guys probably need it. And then this is the guy that pushed the coach.
That's crazy right there.
And then I think this is AOC. We'll do that tomorrow. I was just trying to line you up your sports stuff.
You're a hell of a guy.
Thank you. You see with the sports. That's TikTok. Is this sports related? Because I just want to have him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's.
Is he kissing that ref?
Yeah, well, it's AI.
Oh, jeez.
I'm sure you guys want to talk about that.
I'm disturbed by AI and how fast people make this stuff.
Yeah, no kidding.
Have you tried anything with ChatGPT? It's scary, Seth.
Like, what do you mean?
Like, if you just say, write me a 5-page paragraph about the Vizsla dog, it'll do it. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, add in the fact that it's the top 5 fastest dog in the world. And then it comes up.
Kids are never going to have to write a paper again.
I did it in my office one day. I said, write an apology to my mom for not calling her enough. It's unbelievable. No one's going to do anything on their own anymore. It's scary.
I think I got all of the, let me see here. Boom. Boom. Yeah. So your first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your first 5 are all sports related. And you guys, once you burn through those, and then I don't got to burn through them tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. And Lummy, we don't have time to finish out the BARP awards. You have 8 remaining categories, correct?
Yes.
We'll do those tomorrow.
Sounds good.
I hit something. Nothing's hitting. It's not going off.
It looks like it's. Oh, because we're still playing the one coming back. Or coming.
What?
I don't know. It showed it playing.
Macho Man, I went to hit,
I can't broadcast under these conditions.
Macho Man, I went to, something messed up. There you go.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repair hello. I'm back.